أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا معشر الجن والإنس إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا من أقطار السماوات والأرض فانفذوا لا تنفذون إلا بسلطان. فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان؟ صدق الله العظيم.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. My name is Dania Gardezi. I'm a student at Pakistan's premier science and technology institution, and I will be the master of ceremony for this day. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to Secdiv-Nips Islamabad International Conference 2022. Esteemed audience, I would like to begin this glorious event by cordially inviting Director General, Strategic Export Control Division, Mr. Harun Rashid, for his welcome remarks.
Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ms. Hina Rabanikar, Pro-Rector, Academics NUST, esteemed Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. On behalf of Strategic Export Control Division, it is indeed an honor to welcome you for this 2 days conference on promoting trade controls through international cooperation. Today we have a huge gathering assembled here at Islamabad to share their experiences, ideas, and how they are implementing strategic trade controls. The participants include experts, diplomats, academics, and practitioners who are participating both from Pakistan and abroad. In these 2 days, we will discuss trade controls, how trade controls can effectively be implemented to retain a balance between facilitating trade while ensuring swift kinetic response to the threats to international security. The conference will also focus on how we can mutually learn from the experiences of one another and how international cooperation can play a role in this regard. There is an advantage in having strong trade controls. Those countries who have successfully integrated efficient trade controls within their ecosystems are more attractive trade destinations. We have seen such countries can swiftly move up the ladder for more sophisticated industries and technologies. The importance of these controls has particularly become significant in recent times to ensure that dual-use goods and technologies are not diverted from their intended use. To give domestic effect to UN Security Council Resolution 1540, Pakistan has established a robust export control regime. Pakistan in 2004 promulgated an Act on Export Controls and established an authority. The authority called Strategic Export Control Division, or Secdiv. Secdiv is responsible to administer and formulate policy framework for export controls. The policy framework includes devising rules and regulations for the export of dual-use commodities and their allied technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have chalked out a very interesting program for this 2-day seminar. We have 5 sessions, 3 today and 2 tomorrow. After second session tomorrow, we have also arranged a visit to Pakistan Center of Excellence on Nuclear Security. With this, I would like to thank Ms. Hina Rabanikar, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, for her patronage and support. I would also take this opportunity to thank NUST for making available this beautiful venue and hosting this conference. And I would also extend my gratitude to our distinguished speakers and esteemed guests, some of whom have joined us after traveling thousands of miles. I wish you a very, very pleasant stay here at Islamabad and 2 days of fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to cordially invite Honorable Pro-Rector Academics, National University of Sciences and Technology, Professor Dr. Osman Hassan Hilal-e-Imtiaz for his opening remarks.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ma'am Hina Rabanikar, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, respected dignitaries, delegates, speakers and experts, dear students and faculty, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I feel extremely honored to welcome you all to the International Conference on Promoting Strategic Trade Controls through International Cooperation. On behalf of the National University of Sciences and Technology, or NUST as we call it, let me first express my profound gratitude to all our distinguished guests and invited speakers for being here with us. I'm so pleased to note that the Strategic Export Control Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and NUST Institute of Policy Studies have joined hands to organize this extremely important event that has brought together national and international experts, practitioners, and subject specialists to discuss and debate various aspects of strategic trade controls. Much needed international peace and stability requires a robust international regime of strategic trade controls based on cooperation both at the regional and global levels. Effective international cooperation in this area must be based on an open, consultative process for deliberating on multiple aspects of non-proliferation among relevant international organizations, multi-country representatives, think tanks, policy centers, academia, industry, and the civil society. One of the outcomes of such a process of knowledge sharing, among other things, is to build capacity for effective and efficient implementation of strategic trade management while facilitating legitimate and legal trade, including the transfer of dual-use technologies and goods for socio-economic development. In line with its commitment to non-proliferation, Pakistan has put in place a comprehensive legislative, regulatory, and implementation system based on the translation of current international obligations into robust and effective national guidelines on the transfer of sensitive goods and technologies. The cornerstone of this national effort is the 2004 Export Control Act on goods, technologies, materials, and equipment related to the nuclear and biological weapons and their delivery systems. It is noteworthy that the associated lists of goods and technologies subject to the regulatory controls in Pakistan are consistent with the ambit of export controls of major multilateral export control regimes. In view of Pakistan's meticulous observance of international non-proliferation guidelines, the case for the country's membership of the multilateral export control regimes like Nuclear Supplies Group, Missile Technology Control Regime, and others is indeed very strong. It is my conviction that Pakistan's inclusion in these global frameworks is imperative for regional and global stability. At the end, ladies and gentlemen, I thank all the national and international delegates and participants and look forward to benefiting from sharing of knowledge, experience, and best practices. I especially thank Ma'am Hina Rabanikar for gracing today's inaugural session. I also wish our national and international guests a comfortable and memorable stay in Islamabad. Thank you very much, and Allah Hafiz.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to play the pre-recorded speech delivered by the High Representative of United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs, Ms. Izumi Nakamitsu.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to thank the government of Pakistan and the organizers for giving me the opportunity to address this conference. Trade controls have long been regarded as an essential and legitimate tool for the purposes of disarmament, arms control, and non-proliferation. They are a practical means for implementing the basic rules of multilateral disarmament and non-proliferation instruments. They can also provide tools to prevent the diversion of these items, unauthorized recipients, or for unintended purposes. They can further facilitate development and trade in commercial goods by providing clarity, coordination, and predictability with respect to the handling of dual-use items. At the same time, the role and effectiveness of trade controls face challenges due to change and developments in the international situation. These trends can affect the efficacy of efforts to control specific technologies as well as the effectiveness of particular regimes. Rapid and accelerating developments in technology can create new risks to international security and stability faster than our institutions can develop new rules. This is a key challenge we see on issues relating to attempt to control missiles, cyber capabilities, outer space, autonomy, and uncrewed systems. The growing diversity of producers and users of dual-use items also poses a distinct challenge, especially as so much innovation is now driven by private and commercial actors. Effectively engaging these stakeholders is increasingly important, not only because of their domestic influence, but also because of their expertise and experience. Existing export control regimes can also face particular challenges from changes in the international system. As the UN Secretary-General observed in his report, Our Common Agenda, the context for collective action has evolved over the past 75 years. When the Charter of the United Nations was developed, multilateralism meant cooperation amongst a small number of states. As all the proliferation-sensitive technologies have become widely diffused and newer technologies spread rapidly, international controls can only be effective if all the necessary actors, manufacturers, exporters, and importers, play a constructive role in the rule-making process. Keeping ahead of these trends will require policymakers and diplomats to be similarly innovative in adopting the tool of global governance. This is an example of why the Secretary-General has called for a new form of multilateralism, one that is more networked, more inclusive, and more effective in addressing 21st century challenges. As he argued, any effort to manage risks must navigate this complexity and seek explicitly to incorporate these new approaches where they are likely to deliver better outcomes. In this connection, I will briefly describe two areas where the United Nations has a strong role to play in fostering international cooperation on strategic trade controls. First, in the area of conventional arms, the Arms Trade Treaty has been an important achievement. While export controls in the field of disarmament have been traditionally pursued to advance international security and stability, the ATT uses these tools to advance humanitarian and human rights principles, as well as to safeguard against acts of gender-based violence. However, the ATT is still far from universal. Key arms producing, exporting, and importing countries remain outside the treaty. Second, the United Nations has a central role to play in assisting states to prevent non-state actors from acquiring weapons of mass destruction. The interconnected global supply chain, coupled with rapid advancements of technologies, has lowered the barriers for non-state actors to gain access to materials and techniques necessary to acquire weapons of mass destruction. Security Council Resolution 1540 of 2004 has proven to be an effective and universally accepted framework that has enabled states to work together to accomplish their non-proliferation goals. It has greatly contributed to the strengthening of national controls and has complemented many other international arrangements. It does so while upholding the right of all states to participate in the fullest possible exchange of equipment, materials, and scientific and technological information for peaceful purposes. Our experience in supporting the resolution has demonstrated that inclusive approaches must remain the cornerstone of our collective efforts to address proliferation challenges without hampering the development of commercial, industry, and technology interest. Towards these ends, engagements with industry, academia, and the private sector has been a critical factor. International cooperation and assistance are also key aspects in ensuring the successful application of export controls at the global level. Regional and sub-regional arms control institutions and arrangements also have an important role to play in articulating regional concerns and promoting cooperative action, and this should be more broadly recognized. In conclusion, inclusive dialogue will be an essential requirement for ensuring our existing and developing tools for trade controls remain fit to address the 21st century. I hope this conference will promote a useful exchange. I wish you success in your deliberations, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my utmost honor to introduce our esteemed chief guest for today's event, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ms. Hina Rabbani Kar. She started public service in 2002, directly elected from Muzaffargarh. She has served as Foreign Minister of Pakistan from 2011 to 2013, Minister of State for Finance from 2008 to 2012, and Minister of State for Economic Affairs from 2003 to 2007. Her term as Foreign Minister is best remembered for the regional pivot to Pakistan's foreign policy, where she concentrated on building ties with Pakistan's immediate neighbors. Her tenure in finance and economic affairs led Pakistan's bilateral and multilateral economic diplomacy. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, it is my profound privilege to welcome Ms. Hina Rabbani Kar for her inaugural address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to everyone. Before I even start, I have come up with a strategy to make a crude head count of women representation in the room. And a crude headcount tells me that we have about 30 to 35 women in a room full of about 200 to 220. So that's about 15%, 35% less than the bare minimal that we would like to have, which is 50%. So just to make you crudely aware of that. And now coming to the topic in which one cannot ramble. So this is obviously an important topic. Promoting strategic trade controls through international cooperation is something that has been at the heart of Pakistan's diplomacy and will continue to be so in years to come. I'm obviously pleased to inaugurate this International Conference on Promoting Strategic Trade Controls through International Cooperation, which is organized by the Strategic Export Control Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I want to specifically thank the Institute, the National Institute of Policy Studies, the National University of Science and Technology for their cooperation in co-arranging it with us. And I welcome all the international and national experts which are participating in this conference, and I look forward to valuable contributions and inputs coming in. I would hope that this will be less of a talk shop and be able to give us the ability to not only hear each other, but also listen to each other and be able to really allow it to influence our preconceived notions. Allow me to reiterate, because I believe no amount of reiteration is enough, that Pakistan shares the global concern on proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Let there be no doubt in that. Let there also be no doubt that Pakistan, as a responsible state with advanced nuclear technology, remains fully cognizant of its obligations pertaining to non-proliferation and disarmament. Pakistan stands out today as a country that has extensive legislative, regulatory, and administrative framework for effective controls over transfers of sensitive goods and technologies to prevent their diversion to non-peaceful uses. Our export control regime is at par with the international export control standards and best practices. And so, as someone who has been in Parliament in and out since 2002, it gives me great pleasure to share with you some of the legislative instruments that are applicable in Pakistan. This includes the Export Control Act of 2004, the National Control Lists, comprehensive licensing, enforcement rules and guidelines on strategic export controls. National control lists and guidelines are fully harmonized with those of the multilateral export control regimes, that is the Nuclear Suppliers Group, Missile Technology Control Regime, and the Australia Group. We have declared adherence to NSG guidelines and shown keen interest in joining all the aforementioned regimes. Established in 2007, pursuant to the Export Control Act 2004, the Strategic Export Control Division is responsible for the review and implementation of the National Export Control Regime. Secdiv also acts as a licensing authority for dual-use goods and technologies and coordinates with multiple stakeholders, including industry, chambers of commerce, academia, customs and border enforcement agencies on raising awareness and understanding of strategic trade controls. Now, while exercising effective controls, Pakistan maintains very strongly that all states have a right to access dual-use goods and technologies for legitimate socio-economic applications. Therefore, Pakistan has time and again called for striking a balance, an important balance, between bona fide trade and security interests. This need today is even more significant in relation to new and emerging technologies, such as ICT, AI, bio, and space technologies. Given their ever-increasing applications for public health, climate change, water, food, and energy security. The UN Development Agenda recognizes the key enabling role of technology for the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals, or what we like to call the SDGs. We remain fully committed to our obligations as a state party to various international instruments: the Chemical Weapons Convention, Biological Weapons Convention, Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material and Facilities, Nuclear Safety Conventions, and IAEA Code of Conduct on the Safety and Security of Radioactive Sources. Pakistan also subscribes to the IAEA Supplementary Guidance on the Import and Export of Radioactive Sources. We actively participate in the global initiative to combat nuclear terrorism and regularly share reports to the United Nations Security Council 1540 Committee on the implementation of the Security Council's Resolution 1540. In this regard, a national action plan was adopted 2 regional seminars organized in 2017 and 2018, and responded positively to country-specific requests for technical assistance made by the 1540 Committee. This conference today affords us an excellent opportunity to be able to focus on the implementation of UNSC resolutions on non-proliferation and their role in promoting strategic trade controls through international cooperation. Pakistan is happy to have a complete program to harness the full potential of nuclear energy for peaceful applications. In this regard, we have the expertise, we also have the infrastructure, we have the human resource, we have the ability to supply items listed in NSG control list, and most importantly, we also have now a long tradition of international scientific collaborations. Regular contribution and participation in CERN's projects, we were the first country in the region to gain associate membership of CERN in 2014. Interaction with the World Association of Nuclear Operators and World Nuclear Association with regards to enhancing safety of the nuclear power plants. Pakistan applied for NST membership in 2016. Our expertise, we strongly believe that our expertise, our capabilities, and our strong credentials of cooperation should help further the non-proliferation goals of the NSG. We also very strongly believe that the NSG should agree on objective criteria, and I emphasize, on an objective criteria which is universally applicable for the membership of non-NPT states which are applicable without discrimination. And let me also emphasize without discrimination once again. Policies of exceptionalism and country-specific approaches driven by commercial or political considerations are clearly detrimental to the credibility of the non-proliferation regimes. And allow me to say, as someone who operates both in the international arena and in the national arena, that the world system, the world order, and the many institutions, etc., which hold the pillars of the world order, is today suffering from lack of credibility. So it is exceptionally important in today's environment not to lose sense of how important it is to remain non-discriminatory and to remain sound and technical in our approach. Pakistan, as we all know, is a fossil fuel deficient country. Pakistan, as we also all know, is a country which has been suffering from acute energy crisis or energy deficiency. So if the people of Pakistan, for instance, were to feel that their access to safe energy was being kept by the rest of the world because of political considerations, I can tell you that this will only give way to more north-south divide rather than close the gap between that, which should be our international goal right now. With growing economic and energy needs, reliance on civil nuclear energy is obviously imperative for a state like Pakistan. Our energy requirement is expected to grow by a factor of 7 over the next 2 decades. As we all know, as people who look at the economy, that we are already struggling with the current needs. So imagine this growing 7-folds in the next decades. Therefore, our national stated goal envisages expansion in the nuclear energy capacity to no less than 50,000 at least megawatts by 2050. As nuclear power is a clean and cost-effective alternative to fossil fuels, as is well known to everyone. We certainly wish to explore opportunities for collaboration across the entire spectrum of international trade of dual-use goods and sensitive technologies. Adherence to global safety and security standards should further enhance international confidence and facilitate international cooperation in nuclear power generation. Ladies and gentlemen, we aspire to work with the international community to develop an all-encompassing and comprehensive framework of cooperation in this field, while effectively addressing the objective of non-proliferation. Such framework should lead to economic progress and prosperity across the globe. I truly do hope that this conference will deliberate, first of all, will not be the first, will not be the last, and we hope that this will be able to assist in deliberating on existing as well as, and even more, once again want to emphasize it even more, the emerging challenges in strategic trade controls, such as rapid developments in science and technology, including biotechnology, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, 3D printing, and autonomous weapon system. I do want to emphasize that the fast pace at which the world is changing and the technologies are changing, if the system that holds the world together doesn't keep up with that, then the system at great cost will become irrelevant, and that is something that no one can afford. So with that, I just wish this endeavor a success and end by what I started with, by saying that I hope we have the ability to listen and not only hear each other as we go forward.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to request the Honorable Pro-Rector, Dr. Usman Hassan, to present the conference souvenir to the worthy chief guest. Now, I would like to invite the chief guest, all respected session chairs, speakers, and foreign delegates to join us outside for the group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The first session of this day will commence at 1100 hours, so you are kindly requested to be seated in the hall by then. The worthy guests are requested to now proceed outside for a cup of tea and light refreshments. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
export controls, arms control, and disarmament affairs. He holds PhD in Defense and Strategic Studies from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. He is a former visiting fellow of the Henry L. Stimson Center, Washington, D.C., the Center for Non-Proliferation Studies. I would like to hand over the floor to the respected chair. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. This is the first working session of the 2 days conference, which is on promoting strategic trade controls through international cooperation. I am thankful to NIPS and Secdiv for giving me this opportunity to chair this session, which is going to be a fascinating session because the panelists that I have with me are very well qualified to talk on the subject. And the topic that we are going to cover in this session is promoting effectiveness of the UN non-proliferation regime. I have 4 speakers, and before introducing the first speaker, let me say that international non-proliferation regime is a sort of complex web of formal, informal, and certain initiatives which are country-led, like the PSI, CSI, and MPI, etc. On the formal side, there is non-proliferation treaty, which is the bedrock of the non-proliferation regime. Also, then there are United Nations Security Council resolutions, which are binding on the states to implement. And the important and the critical one is United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540, which was passed in April 2004. There have been subsequent resolutions related to the UNSC 1540 and other sanctions resolution like the UNSC Resolution 1718, plus certain other resolutions bringing sort of sanctions on some of the countries for their proliferation activities. On the informal side, the non-proliferation regime has important tools like the Nuclear Supplier Group, Australia Group, Missile Technology Control Regime, and Wassenaar Arrangement. All these regimes deal with different commodities and dual-use goods related to, like, for example, the NSG is dealing with the nuclear items, MTCR with missile technologies and unmanned aerial vehicles. Wassenaar Arrangement is focused on the trade in conventional arms. Similarly, Australia Group looks at the issues related to the chemicals and biological items which could be used for weapons of mass destruction. Importantly, let me flag here that it is very important for the countries to have a legislative, regulatory, and implementation mechanism to give effective implementation status to the UN Security Council resolutions. Also, the informal regimes that I referred to, they have issued guidelines and control lists to facilitate the states in identifying dual-use items and accordingly putting restrictions and licensing requirement for ensuring that the trade takes place for peaceful purposes only. Country-led initiatives I referred to are PSI, CSI, and MPI, etc. They have limited participation. Pakistan participates in the PSI as observer. So with that brief introduction to the overall non-proliferation regime, let me introduce the first speaker, which is related to the topic, and that too on 1540, Ms. Hongliu Zhang. Ms. Hongliu Zhang joined the group of experts supporting the work of the 1540 Committee in April 2018. Her main areas or expertise include nuclear disarmament, non-proliferation, strategic security, UNSC Resolution 1540 implementation. Prior to joining the 1540 Committee, she was a career diplomat serving in the Strategic Planning Division, Arms Control and Disarmament Department, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China from 2016 to 2018. She also served as an external relations officer, legal external relations division, comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty organization based in Vienna from 2014 to 2016. And she started her career with the MFA of China in 2002. She's going to talk to us on contours of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540 with focus on CPF, which is counter proliferation financing. Ms. Hongliu Zhang, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and participants. As been introduced, my name is Hongliu Zhang, and I'm a member of the group of experts supporting the work of the United Nations Security Council 1540 Committee. And in the very beginning, I'd like to thank the Secdiv for inviting the committee to participate in this event. And I believe this conference will serve as a very important platform for participants to exchange views on current practices in implementing 1540, particularly the export control related provisions. And I will, in today's presentation, I will discuss Resolution 1540. I will give you an overview of the resolution. Although I'm aware that many respected guests today in the audience is much more experienced and knowledgeable than me in this topic, because I think we have Ambassador Mashkov here, who was the leading negotiator when they are discussing this resolution back in 2004. So I'm glad that today I will have the opportunity to share with you some of the latest developments within my mandate under the purview of the committee. So first of all, I will start by giving you a general introduction of the resolution itself. The Resolution 1540 was unanimously adopted by the United Nations Security Council back in 2004, April 28th of April. And the aim of this resolution is to prevent non-state actors from acquiring nuclear, chemical, biological weapons and their means of delivery. And because this resolution is adopted and by the United Nations Security Council, so it is legally binding for all member states. And by adopting this resolution and the United Nations Charter 7, which means that this the proliferation of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons to non-state actors was recognized by the United Nations Security Council as a threat to international peace and stability. So the resolution is significant as it is a legally binding instrument, and it has illicit trafficking of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, their means of delivery, and related materials as a new dimension of proliferation. And it also recognizes the nexus between non-state actors and proliferation. So in other words, its significance is reflected as it complements then existing multilateral non-proliferation treaties such as the NPT, the PWC, and the CWC, because by that time, those multilateral treaties recognize all their main priority is state activity, not necessarily non-state actors. So the Resolution 1540 filled in a very important gap. It complements with then existing multilateral disarmament and non-proliferation treaties. And the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540 was then affirmed and reinforced by follow-up resolutions. So far, we have 7 successor resolutions adopted, and of which 2 were adopted back in 2022. But those 2 were basically procedural resolutions, which renewed the mandate of the committee. And here's the slide describing the basic obligations of the resolution 1540. And although it has been reinforced or reaffirmed during the past almost 20 years, its basic obligations is still, we recognize as these 3 main paragraphs. The operative paragraph 1, it's calling for states to refrain from providing any form of support to non-state actors that attempt to develop, acquire, manufacturing, processing, transferring, or use WMDs and their means of delivery. And in fact, this operative paragraph 1 can be considered as a political commitment from member states. It is always reflected in member states' statement or in its policy paper, in a strategy paper, or in its its report to the committee on its implementation of Resolution 1540. And the operative paragraph 2 is about prohibitions. It requires member states to adopt and enforce appropriate and effective laws to prohibit non-state actors from engaging or attempting engaging above-mentioned activities. Also, it is forbidden or prohibited for the non-state actors to participate in the above-mentioned activities as accomplices, assisting, or financing those activities. And operative paragraph 3 is more like the member states were required to adopt legislation or regulations to implement domestic controls over related materials. The controls including first security and physical and accountability, and secondly is physical protection. Third is the border controls, and the fourth is export, transshipment control, and finance controls. And given the focus of today's event, this is the operative paragraph 3, paragraph C and D, which discusses the controls over related materials on border controls and export controls. And the 1540, there are specific definitions that are important to the implementation of this resolution, which are specific to the resolution itself. The definitions in the resolution include the means of delivery, the definition of non-state actor, and the definition of related materials. And those definitions were solely serving the purpose of this resolution. Here I would like to emphasize that, or reiterate that Resolution 1540 outlines the obligation on what states should do, but not how to do it. It means that modalities on how to implement the resolution depend on each state. Or in other words, many interpret this as an outcome-based kind of approach. The resolution sets out what is going to be achieved, what is supposed to be achieved, but not how to achieve that. And next, I will discuss with you, now what you have seen on this slide is the composition of our 1540 committee and our working methodology. The photo now you see is our country chair from Mexico, Ambassador Ramirez, and the chairmanship of Mexico will be ended by end of this year or by end of November when the mandate of this resolution expires. And 1540 committee works as a subsidiary body of the Security Council. And of course, it composes of the 15 members of the current members of the Security Council. What I would like to emphasize is that 1540 is not a sanctions committee. We don't do investigations or prosecutions of alleged violations of non-proliferation obligations. The committee has always been adopting a cooperative and transparent approach to facilitate implementation of resolution, and many of its work was done on capacity building and assistant matchmaking activities. And our working methodology includes annual program work, annual review, and we submit an annual review report to the Security Council. And the committee also conducts comprehensive review of the implementation of the Resolution 1540 according to Resolution 1977 adopted in 2011. And the last complete comprehensive review was done in 2016, and now we are current under another cycle of comprehensive review, which is expected to end by the end of November this year. And the committee, as you have seen, is assisted by its group of experts, and there are altogether 9 of us with different backgrounds from different regions, and we are all based in New York. And now here's the committee has in its possession several tools to facilitate the implementation. What I would like to emphasize is that implementation is the state's obligation and it's state's decision, but the committee has developed several tools to facilitate its implementation or strengthen the implementation. The first and foremost important one is I would like to introduce the matrix. The matrix is a table that we have developed to organize the information which comes originally from either your national report or open public information from your government gazette, from your official communication with other international organizations as well, or from our communications with the member states. And I'd like to emphasize that the matrix is not a tool to measure your implementation. It's only a way of organizing the information and facilitate possible dialogues and also exchanges with member states. So I don't know whether you could see it clearly. You can see that we have designed boxes for each of those action items. For this one, this is OP3 C and D, and you can see this is what is required as border control measures, and border control measures over nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, biological weapons. If we could find the information from your report or from your open information, then we will give the cross here to mark that this box is ticked. But what to be emphasized again is that even if there is a cross in any data field, it only means that the reporting state has asserted that it has taken certain measures. Or we have found specific reference to this legal or enforcement measures. We don't not assess either the efficiency or efficacy of that measure. We don't know how effective it is. We don't have that means to verify that. So with the cross here, it does not necessarily mean that this measure was implemented in full and comprehensively. It only means that we have a certain kind of evidence that there is a measure in that field. So it's like after we produce the matrix then is sent back to member states for consideration. So the last round of updating of the matrix was started in late 2018, and we finished the process by late 2020. And it's a very time-consuming and labor-intensive work. We sent the matrix back to the member states, and we have received over 60 feedback from member states on different views or different interpretations and different ideas of how they are implementing the resolution. And then we revise the matrix, and with the state's consent, we send that to our committee for approval, and then the matrix is published on the committee website with the state's consent. So if you are interested in that, you could find all the member states' matrices except for 2 in the 1540 committee website. It's most current and updated legislation and matrix compilation. So here comes, after we have compiled all the matrices, and all the matrices were like approved by the committee, then we began to a kind of very preliminary analysis, and this is very factual analysis of those matrices. And the result shows that the implementation has gained steady progress in the past 5 years under review, which is from 2016 to 2020. And we have seen that in 2016, the implementation rate we say is at around 50%, but by 2021, we have seen that as around 56% with the 6% of increase globally. And here's the breakdown of those measures by operative paragraphs. As I've explained, operative paragraph 1 is about political commitment, operative paragraph 2 is prohibition, and operative paragraph 3, A and B, is about accounting and securing of related materials, and operative paragraph 3, C and D is on border and export controls. So you have seen that on operative paragraph 1, the political commitments, we have seen the increase of 7%. For prohibitions, we have seen increase of 11%. But for operative paragraph 3, A and B, which is on the accounting and securing of related materials, we didn't see huge progress there, or it remains status quo. And operative 3, C and D, we also see an increase of 5% globally. And here's the breakdown, Asia and Pacific countries, and breakdown of each action items and each operative paragraphs. When we talk about Asia Pacific, we are referring that to United Nations grouping. It's 55 countries altogether, which includes our hosting country today. So you have seen that, since I was also asked to talk about a little bit about financing controls in the 1540 context, I'd like to draw your attention that you have seen that there is one action item which is in our matrix, talks about financing above prohibition of financing above mentioned activities, and the implementation rate is at 88. For the lighter blue, that is the legislation part, and for the darker blue, darker green, that is the enforcement part. So I've seen 88 and 82 respectively. And this is the OP3 C&D breakdown of each action items in Asia and Pacific. And you have seen that we made progress in many fields, like border controls. We have basically, each country has their border control systems, legislation enforcement measures. So it is almost 100% for that region. But here we have for ITT, for example, for end user controls, for catch-all, which is relatively, the numbers are very low. So here are the funding and financing requirements of the Resolution 1540. There are two clauses or two provisions which covers or which requires financing controls or prohibitions. One is, like I've mentioned, which is in OP2, prohibition, and one is OP3D, which requires controls of funding or financing of the export or the transshipment of WMD and their means of delivery and the related materials. And this is how we are doing or implementing the resolution in terms of the OP2 Field 11, which is prohibition over providing funds to the WMD-related activities. And we have seen increase globally as well, of around 4% globally, but in Asia and Pacific it's 9%. And this is the controls over funding, which is in OP3D, and we have seen globally and regionally the decrease. This is because our understanding or our understanding of the resolution itself has been evolving, and in updating the matrices, we have discussed with member states and tried to find out whether because many states are adopting anti-terrorism legislations as part of prohibitions, which was fine, but when it comes to control over funds, it is not that sufficient. So there is decrease in overall numbers. And there, the 1540 also has lots of other tools, such as the national action plans, as mentioned by the state foreign minister. Just now, Pakistan also submitted its own national action plan to outline its field track activities. And we also help member states drafting their national action plans. And we also conduct dialogue with states. And also, we encourage sharing of experiences like peer review exercises. So this is a very brief introduction of the resolution 1540, and here's the contact details of our committee and the group of experts, and also our website. For any informal inquiries, the group of experts really welcome your emails and exchange of views. But if that's official correspondence, I will encourage you to drop that correspondence to our secretariat, which is listed here. And any questions after the seminar will be welcomed. If you are willing to drop us an email and asking questions, you're welcome. So this is the end of my presentation, and I'm ready to taking questions after the session, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Hanglu Zhang, for a very illuminating talk on the obligations and provisions, various provisions of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540. I think that nuclear weapons or other WMDs proliferation, whether that is by state or non-state actor, poses a greatest threat to international security today. The problem of nuclear proliferation is global, and any effective response must also be multilateral. Pakistan, on its part, has taken numerous measures to give effect to the implementation or give effect to the effective enforcement of United Nations Security Council resolutions, and ensuring that goods and technologies, whether they are dual use or they have military applications, are not transferred to without a regulatory mechanism to ensure that they are only transferred for peaceful purposes. So the next speaker with me is Mr. Zawar Haider Abidi, who is going to talk to us on the UNSC 1540 implementation practices and experience of Pakistan. Mr. Zawar Haider Abidi is a former military officer. He has served in Pakistan Army for over 26 years on various assignments. He has also served in Arms Control and Disarmament Affairs Branch Strategic Plans Division, Secretariat of the Pakistan National Command Authority from October 2001 to November 2012. He is a former member of 1540 committee panel of experts. And ladies and gentlemen, he has the honor to actively contribute in formulating the Strategic Export Control Act 2004, and also working relentlessly in putting in place the Strategic Export Control Division. So with that, Mr. Abidi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Dignitaries and ladies and gentlemen, though the Cold War ended at the close of 1990s, however, the globalization of the economy, increased interdependence amongst the member states, technological development, and the threat of terrorism to international peace and security enhanced the sensitivities toward the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. In the post 9/11 world, the international community's desire to maintain peace and security across the globe led to the initiative like UNSCR 1540, which obligates all states to have robust national legislation for controlling the exports of sensitive technologies. Nonetheless, such controls need to be balanced by ensuring that legitimate trade is not hampered. The non-proliferation regime is considered, as already mentioned, formally to be based on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, the Chemical Weapon Convention, CWC, the Biological Weapon Convention, BWC. While Pakistan is not a signatory to the NPT, but has always supported and ensured the maintenance of the cause of non-proliferation while remaining committed to the non-transfer of nuclear weapons or weapon-related materials. However, Pakistan is a signatory to both CWC and BWC as a non-possessor state. Pakistan is determined to safeguard its national security and foreign policy objectives and has exhibited this commitment by fulfilling its responsibilities and international obligation. A robust and comprehensive legal framework and an efficient state structure provide the basis for implementation, enforcement, and attainment of national objectives with regard to the effective exports control. In the next 15 minutes or so, I shall be highlighting the UNSCR 1540 implementation and enforcement measures that Pakistan has been practicing to augment its capability to meet the international obligation in this regard. I'll be covering this subject under the four main headings, that is the implementation, enforcement, other initiatives, and UNSCR resolutions. Soon after the overt nuclearization of South Asia, Pakistan began deliberation to implement a comprehensive national export control mechanism. However, pending the finalization of such mechanism, which required the involvement of all national stakeholders, the Strategic Plans Division, SPD, after the creation in February 2000, realized the importance of the issue since all strategic organizations involved in the research and development of Pakistan's strategic capability were under its operational control. SPD in September 2000 issued comprehensive exports control guidelines to all strategic organizations for strict compliance. In that meantime, efforts to develop legal documentation for implementation continued in an interagency process. Finally, a draft bill was put up to the Cabinet for approval and placed before Parliament in mid-2004. After following the normal process in September 2004, the bill was approved by both the houses and Export Control Act 2004 was enacted. Following the enactment of the Export Control Act 2004, a National Export Control List NCL was notified via SRO 1078 of 2005 on 19th October 2005. National Control List is revised periodically, with the most recent revisions have been carried out in April 2022 and notified in the Gazette notification of Gazette notification number 551 of 2022. An oversight board and a strategic export control division at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was established to further improve and strengthen the implementation and enforcement of the exports control framework. The oversight board was established to monitor the implementation of Export Control Act 2004 via SRO 639 of 2007 in July. The Strategic Export Control Division was established at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after the approval of the Prime Minister. It is headed by a Director General and is organized into 3 directorates to look after all matters related to the policy, licensing and regulations, and enforcement also, including investigation and prosecution. It also develops the national export control policy. Now coming over to the enforcement. National laws relating to the exports and imports are traditionally enforced by the national custom authorities the world over. Pakistan Custom is thus the primary government agency which is entrusted with the implementation and enforcement of export policy of the federal government, inclusive of restrictions imposed under Arms Act 1878, the Explosive Act of 1884, the Chemical Weapon Convention Implementation Ordinance 2000, the Drug Act 1976, the Prevention of Smuggling Act 1977, the Export Control on Goods, Technologies, Material and Equipment related to the Nuclear and Biological Weapons and their Delivery Means Act 2004. The legal authority to perform this function is drawn from the relevant provisions of Pakistan Custom Act of 1969. While Pakistan continues to revamp and improve its existing exports control mechanism, it has adequate implementation and enforcement capability to ensure the national and international obligations and ensure that the international obligations are met. Accepting the challenges of the present day international environment and information technology requirements, Pakistan Custom has established an end-to-end automated solution for custom operations, including risk profiling of all export declarations at Pakistan Customs. While Pakistan Custom is the primary enforcement agency, there are other agencies that support such operations along the entire length of 7,822 kilometers along the land and sea borders. Maritime Security Agency enforces the national and international laws, agreements and conventions on and underwater in the maritime zone and cooperates with and provides assistance to Pakistan Customs. Pakistan Coast Guard monitors smugglers and stops smuggling activities inbound as well as outbound throughout the sea route. In doing so, Pakistan Coast Guard complement the surveillance of the sea by the Maritime Security Agency and helps Pakistan Customs in case of any unauthorized movement. The Frontier Corps closely watches the western and northern borders along Iran and Afghanistan. Pakistan Rangers similarly covers the eastern border with India. The Airport Security Force specializes in the security of all airports in the country. In pursuit of this function, it complements all relevant agencies entrusted with performing export control functions. Other export control initiative. In view of the increased volume of trade, changing international requirements of safe commerce, ensuring international peace and security, national commitments, international obligations, and safeguarding our national security and foreign policy objectives, Pakistan entered into a memorandum of understanding with the United States for implementation of Container Security Initiative at Karachi, and hence Port Qasim at Karachi is now CSI compliant port. Coming over to the last main heading, and that is the United Nations Security Council resolutions, Pakistan actively participated in the deliberations on the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540 of 2004 and supported its final adoption, responding to the requirements of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540. Pakistan submitted its first report to 1540 committee in October 2004. It conveyed its strong commitment to the objectives of disarmament and non-proliferation, along with the full support for appropriate and effective measures to prevent non-state actors from gaining access to the weapons of mass destruction and their means of delivery. This commitment and support have been reiterated publicly by the government's leadership and the government itself. The report highlighted the comprehensive administrative, legislative, and security measures undertaken by the government of Pakistan to ensure the safety and security of the sensitive material, facilities, technologies, and equipment. It has also been complemented. It has also been emphasized that Pakistan remains a partner in the effort to stem the proliferation and illicit trafficking of WMD-related materials. Pakistan further submitted the supplementary report comprising of 125 pages, enlisting in detail the measures undertaken and the supporting legal framework as required by 1540 committee through the matters it forwarded to the member state. Pakistan has shared 6 reports, including one national submission with 1540 committee. The most recent one is in April 2020. That was before the scheduled comprehensive review by the committee, which is delayed till end of November this year. Informing it to the additional measures which have been taken to meet its commitment of non-proliferation of WMD, and that was again and against terrorism. Pakistan has taken a number of measures. Some of them are the National Command Authority Act 2010, which further strengthens and augments the national strategic regime, providing for the legal basis of security and safety measures over all matters concerning nuclear and space technology, strategic establishments, material systems, relevant personnel and information. The Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2010. This was enacted in March 2010 and has bearing on proliferation financing and unauthorized strategic export financing. The Chemical Weapon Convention Implementation Rule 2010. The rule lays down detailed procedure for the production, accounting, storage, import and export by the industry, as well as for inspections by the inspectors. The Export Control, Licensing and Enforcement Rule 2009. The Strategic Export Control Division issued Export Control, Licensing and Enforcement Rule 2009, defining the procedures for registering of exporters, licensing process, enforcement and prosecution. The Licensing Review Committee. To streamline the licensing process, a licensing review committee has been established to assess, review and evaluate any license application referred to the committee by the Strategic Export Control Division for consideration. The committee has 11 members from various ministries and departments. The International Compliance Program and Strategic Export Control Policy Guideline. To develop and inculcate a self-regulating culture in the entities, institutions, companies, and other relevant individuals, internal compliance program guidelines were notified in October 2014. Policy guideline on export control. To strengthen the strategic export control mechanism and in adherence to the commitment to the non-proliferation norms and principles, Pakistan notified a policy guideline on strategic export control in May 2016. Regulation covering various aspects of nuclear safety and security. The Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority has adopted, revised a body of national regulations to bring these in line with the existing IAEA standards. Cutting it short, I'll only list the other few steps or measures taken without going into the explanation of each. Pakistan Security Training Academy, Specialized Security Force. Here I would only like to mention that Pakistan probably is the only country which has a specialized trained force of 30,000 people to safeguard the establishment, the strategic establishments that we have. Then we have a Special Response Force, which also has an air component with it. Nuclear Security Training. National Institute of Nuclear Safety and Security has been established to train the people, specialized people for the safety and security of the establishments, and also the subject has been included in the curriculum of MS Nuclear Engineering in Pakistan Institute of Engineering and Applied Sciences, PIAS. As a result of measures taken by the government of Pakistan, it has improved upon and strengthened its export control and security regime, and now it stands among the top ranks of the United Nations member states. During UNSCR 1540 Comprehensive Review 2016, it was found through the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540 matrix analysis of operating paragraph 2, 3A and B, and 3C and D for Pakistan, that it has complemented or completed 268 measures out of 332. This makes Pakistan over 80% implementation and enforcement compliant state. The comprehensive review that is yet to be completed, as I mentioned, by 30th of November this year, is likely to reveal some more improvement. To fulfill other national and international obligations, Pakistan has promptly responded to the United Nations Security Council resolution adopted in relation to the North Korea, which is still under UN sanctions. In pursuance of UNSCR 1718 and all follow-up resolutions, Pakistan responded promptly to implement and enforce these resolutions with immediate effect, notifying under United Nations Security Council Act 1948 of Pakistan. The Security Council Committee established pursuant to Resolution 1718 of 2006 has been accordingly updated through national reports. Pakistan has submitted so far 12 reports starting in 2007, and the last one being in April 2020. In addition to the above-mentioned steps, to strengthen the national exports control mechanism by the government of Pakistan, a coordinating review and monitoring committee has also been established to ensure the enforcement of United Nations Security Council's sanctions regime. This committee comprises of representatives of 21 ministries and departments as a member. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, the accomplishment of tasks and the achievements of desired objectives is always embedded with challenges. In developing an export control system at par with international standards, Pakistan also faced a number of challenges and difficulties. Strategic export control is a comparatively new area of national security. The need for human resource for implementation and enforcement is far greater than the capacity to suitably train and the required manpower. Protecting the borders against the possibility of illegal and unauthorized exports is always a dilemma for enforcement agencies, particularly when the borders extend over inaccessible and difficult mountainous terrain. Another important aspect is the general awareness among the government functionaries and the people of Pakistan in understanding the gravity of the possible threat that stems from the sensitive items falling into the wrong hands. Despite these enormous challenges, it seems that the commitment to develop an excellent export control system according to Pakistan's requirement is second to none. However, it will surely take time as various follow-up measures for effective implementations are being actively pursued. Nothing in the world is perfect, and there is always room for improvement. So it is in the case with Pakistan's export control. A detailed analysis of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540 metrics would reveal the gaps which need to the attention of the concerned policymakers. These challenges could be addressed by developing public-private partnership through integrated efforts amongst public and private sector universities, electronic media houses, think tanks, and research institutes. Also, in the larger interest of the global non-proliferation regime, the international community, especially the Western world, has to understand the socio-economic and security compulsions of Pakistan and also recognize the geostrategic importance in the region before outlining policy preferences. Pakistan is a developing country rich in human and other resources. The past has proven that as a nation faced with challenging situations, Pakistan is second to none. Political and diplomatic cooperation from the international community to accommodate Pakistan's concern would help contribute to international peace and security and non-proliferation regime. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. That was an excellent overview of the enforcement practices in Pakistan. These enforcement practices are internationally recognized, and there is that report which came out back in 2020 of the NTI, which is Washington-based organization, the Nuclear Threat Initiative. And it says that Pakistan is the most improved country with regards to the nuclear security. Similarly, around the same time, there was another report by Balfour Center, which identifies the areas where tremendous improvement has been done with regards to further strengthening the security regime in Pakistan. Now, all these enforcement practices, once I look at the system, it is not only the legislative tools. There are practical implementation tools for effectively implementing the legal statutes on ground practically. Also, the enforcement mechanism works at two streams. One is the formal system, which is based on the governmental organizations and rules and regulations, and also there is that secondary enforcement system, which consists of compliance programs, improving compliance, outreach, commodity identification training, capacity building, etc. And there are excellent enforcement examples also which manifest the effectiveness of the enforcement system. So once we talk of the compliance system, another important area is the financial side, which is normally in many other countries relegated to the secondary position. But in Pakistan, utmost importance is given to the financial side as well. And the Export Control Act 2004 also, there is a mention that any sort of assistance, abetment, or help in facilitating the procurement, transportation, designing, development of WMDs is prohibited, and it's taken as a similar offense as done with regards to the transportation or transfer of dual-use technology. So let me introduce the third speaker, Ms. Lubna Farooq Malik, is currently Director General Financial Monitoring Unit, the FIU of Pakistan since July 2020. Prior to this assignment, Ms. Lubna Farooq was the Managing Director of Deposit Protection Corporation. She has been working very closely with Strategic Export Control Division on further strengthening the compliance side in the financial institutions. Ms. Lubna is going to talk to us on compliance and capacity building in financial institutions. Ma'am, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this auspicious event. I will be talking, my presentation had some of the things that have already been talked about, so I will probably get directly to the core of my presentation. Before I start, I just wanted to give you an idea that why FIs or financial institutions are involved into this particular working environment of related to proliferation. Because the fact is that despite all the efforts, there is always some point in the process that the financing for proliferation hits the financial system of a country. And what we are doing and what other some of the organizations are doing are trying to curb that whenever a transaction, a partial transaction hits one of our financial systems participant, it can get recognized and can get promptly reported to the law enforcement agencies. How do I move this? Okay. This one? No, it's not. Next. Okay, fine. So as basically what we are looking at is the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, and as you know that FATF also has some recommendations and some immediate outcomes related to the proliferation financing. So the way FATF has defined proliferation is basically proliferation has many appearances, but ultimately involves the transfer and export of technology, goods, software, services, or expertise that could be used in nuclear, chemical, or biological weapon-related programs, including delivery systems. It poses a significant threat to global security, and because of that, we want to make sure that the financial systems can immediately recognize these any transaction that can involve this kind of financing. Okay, I think I'll skip that because this was discussed quite a bit. Okay. So FATF has various standards. These are standards basically when we talk about FATF standards, we talk about 40 recommendations. These are international standards, and out of those 40 recommendations, recommendation number 7 is primarily related to ensure that proliferation finances related sanctions are in place in the country. So that is one recommendation that is directly linked to this topic. Then they have another recommendation that is, I will talk about this a bit later also, that is recommendation number 2, and that's for overall cooperation on this on the money laundering and terrorist financing and PF issues. So that is also partially linked to that. And then we have another set of standards that are 11 standards that has related to the effectiveness measures, and from that 11 the immediate outcome 11 is linked to the proliferation finances. So this is the framework that FATF has, and we as FMU have designed our capacity building programs for the financial institutions as well as the law enforcement agencies around these 3-4 basically standards. Okay. So as already discussed a little bit, I just wanted to highlight some of the things that are some of the legal statutes that are operational in Pakistan pertaining to money laundering, terrorist financing, and PF. So basically, these 3 things are taken together. And so I'll be repeating that a number of times. Number 1 is, of course, AMLA, which is the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2010. It has been recently updated in 2020 to make it further strengthening and to meet all these standards of the FATF. Then we have the Anti-Terrorism Act, United Nations Act. Then State Bank of Pakistan have issued regulations that have been regularly updated. Last they were updated in 2020. Then we have regulations issued by SECP, and then regulations by other regulators for other entities. So basically what I'll be talking about will be the financial system, which is basically governed by majority wise as State Bank, and some non-bank financial institutions are regulated by SECP. But there are other entities that are also regulated by different regulators and that have input into this particular system. But primarily it's because these transactions are more complex. They're usually it's the banking system that gets affected most of the time. So what have the FMU has done for that? So Financial Monitoring Unit, just want to highlight that we are a kind of a we are the FIU. FIU is a journal term which says Financial Intelligence Unit. So worldwide, every country has one FIU, and its purpose is to get information from the financial system and analyze it, keeping in view our own databases, and then when we have some comprehensive intelligence, we give it to the relevant LES. So now, because we are basically dependent on what the financial institution gives us, we have to make sure that we build the awareness and capacity of the financial participant, that is the banks, the exchange companies, the microfinance banks, all of them. So we do it through, of course, various measures. One of the key ones are the issuance of red flags. So red flags are basically suggested triggers that would bring to the attention of the banking system if there is something suspicious in a transaction. Now, as you can see that sometimes they are red flags, but they may be completely a genuine transaction behind it. But what we have said is that if there are multiple red flags coming into one transaction or one customer, the bank has to take an extra look to that. And if they find some suspicion, they should be submitting a suspicious transaction report to the FMU. So we have issued a number of red flags on various things. For example, we have introduced red flags for terrorist financing, red flags for even illegal money exchangers, and one of the set of red flags is the proliferation financing. So I'll just give you some feel of that. So when we talk to the bankers and to others, our entities, we give them some aspects of what could be a suspicious from the customer perspective. So one is, of course, that customers involved in supply, sale, delivery, or purchase of dual-use sensitive items or goods and services. So that if there is an entity which is involved, they need to pay extra attention to such customers and to make sure that they understand the transaction. And when customer or counterparty or its address is the same or similar to that of an individual or entity found on publicly available sanction list. This is pretty common also, that the address comes out to be very close to the address that is there at the sanction list. So that could be one red flag for your customer. Then customer is a research body connected with the higher risk jurisdiction of proliferation concerns. And then we have customer uses complicated structures. Now that's a red flag, major red flag for a number of predicate offenses, that when there is a complicated structure, particularly the ownership structure or transaction structure, that is also require extra effort by the financial entity. And then final destination of the goods or to be imported, exported is unclear from the trade related documents. So if you're handling some export documents and you are or import documents, and there are multiple shipments and there are multiple destinations, so they can be an indication of some kind of illegal activity, and it could be PF also. Okay. So then we have, once you know the customer, that's one thing. Then you have to also look at the actual transaction that is happening, which we call more activity based also. So then you have to determine that who is the counterparty they are mostly handling with. Then we have there are multiple loans, and there are certain sometimes one of the things is that the routing is such that the two end-to-end countries are okay, but during the transfer there is a port stay at a more risky country. So these are certain things that you can look at, and then you have to make sure that the bank is realizing that these are indicators of potential illegal activities, including PF. So one of the key ones is the geographical location of your entire transaction trail. So that is quite a significant indicator, and that has to be quite carefully examined. Okay, this is not good. Okay, so we have done more than 100 sessions with our reporting entities, and we have also done, there are two types of things that we do. One is the more capacity building, which is broader, and then we have more focused training sessions for the compliance staff. So that is more technical, and we have also conducted a number of those. Now, what we have seen now, after all this, what has been the result? Of course, we can always go and talk to them and just listen to them and come back. But the thing is that we have seen a marked improvement on the quality of the examination by the banks of their transactions. They are monitoring their transactions a lot more after these capacity building sessions. Their understanding of what the transaction could be, and the way they are reporting, and the way we have been energized by this is quite significant. Particularly in the last 2 years, it has improved tremendously. And of course, one aspect was because of the fact that we, as Pakistan, was in the FATF program also. So that actually energized the entire stakeholders in the AML CFT framework, including FMU, our reporting entities, and our law enforcement entities. So FMU has done substantive capacity building sessions, not just for the reporting entities, that is the financial sectors, but we have done for the law enforcement agencies. So basically, we are acting as a conduit between the two set of stakeholders, the reporters and the law enforcement agencies. So these have been appreciated quite a bit, and there has been a significant improvement into the overall capacity of these reporting entities. Now, I just go to, because of such time, I just want to go here. So basically, I just wanted to I spoke about certain things related to recommendation 2 that involved domestic cooperation. Now, what we have realized, I'm sure the people in this room are already aware of that whether it is money laundering, whether it's terrorist financing or PF, it is not one entity's job. You have to have broader linkages, and you have to have broader access to information across various entities. And I think what we have been doing as a FMU is being a key coordination point, and we have had our own databases, access to other databases, and we take information from the actually at the people levels, which is the reporting entities. Our reporting entities, as I mentioned, involve banks, non-banks, and now we also involved the DNFBPs. These are designated bodies, which is basically larger ones are real estates, accounting firms, and jewelers that are conducting large scale transactions. So we have a very wide reach in terms of reporting entities, and they will be providing us a suspicious transaction that we can use and utilize to give to our law enforcement agencies as well, and also support our regulatory bodies if we find some patterns. So some significant patterns that require some regulatory change, that is also there. Now the key point is that we have to make sure that this coordination level is very active and it continues. What we have realized over the last last 3-4 years, that even prior to our action plan in FATF, the entities were doing a lot of good work, but there were lack of coordination. So I think entities like Secdiv and others, we have enhanced our cooperation a lot more, and that has been very significant for the improvement of Pakistani framework. And as you can see that we have now been getting a lot more STRs, and I'm just going to skip quickly. And that is a reflection on the fact that our system has improved significantly. Our automation level has improved. Our entities that were registered with us have improved from just 900 last year to 2,000 now, and there are continuously improvement in coming years. So I would just like to finish with the fact that we have a long way to go, particularly in the PF, because there is still a very complicated, it's a complex process, and we are actively working on improving the capacity building in that particular area. But I think one thing that has been established because of the cooperation between various entities is that we are now geared, and not just the government agencies are geared, the private sector is absolutely involved in this process. They understand it, and they are obviously improving their own capacity in this regard. So thank you so much. I hope if you have any questions, you can have discuss it later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lubna, for highlighting the recent compliance measures in financial institutions. It is encouraging to note that the training sessions have resulted into marked improvement. That is very encouraging and has enhanced the overall capacity. Also, a point that I have noted is that there is very comprehensive and coordinated approach to strengthening the financial side to curb any sort of proliferation assistance. Now I have the honor to introduce the last speaker of the session. Mr. Harun Rashid is presently serving as Director General of Strategic Export Control Division, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has a wide experience of strategic export controls, arms control, and disarmament affairs. Mr. Rashid has also worked as the team lead for Pakistan's counter-proliferation financing measures on Pakistan's FATF action plan and APG's mutual evaluation. And also he is the focal person for the on-site visit of joint working group of FATF and APG, which is the Asia Pacific Group on counter-proliferation efforts by Pakistan. He's going to speak on the foundational role of coordination and cooperation for enhanced effectiveness of national measures. Mr. Rashid, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Introduction. Many of the things with regards to my topic have been said by the previous speakers, so I would be escaping many of the details which appears to be repetitive. So straight I come to the topic, basically to apprise you what Pakistan has done for implementation of non-proliferation regime. My presentation comprises 3 sections. I will discuss framework for coordination and cooperation measures at national level. In section 2 of my presentation, I will touch upon the national measures that are being carried out to achieve enhanced effectiveness on counter-proliferation measures. The final section of this presentation will cover measures undertaken at national level by the committee called Committee on Coordination, Review and Monitoring for Implementation of UN Security Council Resolutions, or in simple words, CRMC. The committee has been constituted to ascertain enhanced effectiveness of our compliance system. In my presentation, I will be going through each of these measures that have been undertaken from the CRMC's platform. The first part of my presentation, when we talk about international framework for countering weapon of mass destruction proliferation, there are three central mechanisms which are at play to deter the proliferation activities and attempts. Here the Security Council resolution, the most talked about by the previous speakers, the resolution 1540 plays a foundational role in terms of countering weapon of mass destruction proliferation, which calls all member states to abstain their support for any non-state actor seeking weapon of mass destructions. It also puts obligation on all members to implement export control laws and enforce trade controls, as amply highlighted before. Now, the resolutions 1718 and 2231 further calls for actions to prevent proliferation activities by using legitimate channels of trade and commerce. FATF standards ascertain preservation of international financial system. Recommendation 2 coupled with recommendation 7 coupled with recommendation 2 and IO 11 in particular emphasizes on implementation of targeted financial sanctions for proliferation financing. Similarly, multilateral export control regimes also play an important role in restricting proliferation of dual-use goods and related technologies. In terms of Pakistan's domestic counter-proliferation framework, Pakistan's United Nations Security Council Act of 1948, Export Policy Order, which is issued by Ministry of Commerce of Pakistan after every 3 years, Strategic Export Control Act, and Custom Act of 1969 are the legislative tools for implementation and enforcement of necessary counter-proliferation financing measures. I'll not go in the detail that how strategic export control division came into existence. That has been much talked about. I'll just skip this slide. The roles and the function of the Secdiv are highlighted here. These have been amply covered. Secdiv has resorted to interagency coordination for enforcement measures. There is close liaison between Secdiv and border enforcement agencies, including customs and other law enforcement agencies like Frontier Constabulary, Rangers, and Frontier Corps. The Inspection and Enforcement Team, or IET, was the first coordinated endeavor undertaken by Secdiv, and that relied on the interagency cooperation to collaborate actions against sanctions violations. It was established in 2016 and comprised 6 official members, including Ministry of Maritime Affairs, Civil Aviation Authority, FBR Customs, intelligence agencies, and reps from Arms Control and Disarmament Division of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The IET's mandate included inspection of aircrafts and vessels, inspection of cargo, examining alleged sanction violations, and undertaking appropriate actions, recommending enforcement measures, and allocating resources to areas for benefit, including technical assistance. However, within the 2 years of its working, it was realized that IET's platform is insufficient, particularly in imposing controls over trade finances against the designated entities and individuals. Security Council proliferation financing specific resolutions are adopted under Chapter 7 of UN Charter, which broadly calls for sanction measures against entities and individuals engaged in proliferation financing activities. These sanction measures include ensuring prevention, suppression, and disruption of proliferation financing, freezing of funds or any other assets related and associated to proliferation activities, and implementing controls so that no fund or other assets can be made available to designated entities and individuals. As authorized under UNSC Act 1948 of Pakistan, the federal government issues statutory regulatory orders or SROs to give effect to Security Council decisions. So it is by utilizing these powers that under SRO 1067 of 2018, the CRMC forum was constituted in August 2018. CRMC, the Committee for Coordination, Review and Monitoring of Implementation of UNSC sanction resolutions, was established as a national platform with the aim to bring effective interagency cooperation, promote information and experience sharing, optimal utilization of resources and efforts for implementing best international practices. The mandate of CRMC is quite broader as compared to its predecessor, the IET. CRMC's function include implementation and enforcement of CPF-related specified measures, issue guidelines and operational procedures for imposing sanction measures, coordination and outreach to stakeholders, and to do all acts incidental and ancillary to the performance of its function. CRMC comprises 21 ex-officio members, which include relevant ministries, regulatory authorities, custom and other relevant institutions. It was decided that committee will take periodic reviews of steps taken and activities performed by its members in implementing and enforcing decisions of the federal government. To ensure its effectiveness, the decisions made during the reviews are binding on all its members. At present, CPF supervision in Pakistan is undertaken by CRMC. CRMC supervises regulatory authorities of financial institutions and designated non-financial businesses and professions, also called DNFBPs, through a number of measures. State Bank of Pakistan, Security and Exchange Commission, and Central Directorate of National Savings act as supervisors for banks, industry, and national savings, respectively. FBR, Ministry of Law and Justice, and Institute of Chartered and Cost Management Accountants are DNFBP supervisors for their regulated entities. Now I would move to the last part of my presentation, that is effectiveness measures undertaken at CRMC platform. At present, the measures of effectiveness is undertaken by CRMC includes issuance of policy documents, which is a strategic document on cooperation and coordination, plenary meetings, which are held regularly. I'll be talking of these in my next slides, guidelines on CPF regime, monitoring sheets from stakeholders to overwatch compliance progress, and outreach for awareness raising to synergize the CPF activities, which are undertaken time and again on required basis. CRMC is used as platform to coordinate overall strategy between all stakeholders for implementation of CPF regime. Based on the framework, CRMC follows the mechanism as shown here in the slide. In terms of coordination and information, CRMC serves as platform to ensure that regulatory authorities can communicate with each other and respond to the request for assistance where needed. All CRMC members have designated focal persons to respond to CRMC requests without delay and intimate internal processes for providing the requisite feedback and views for taking necessary actions whenever there is updation in UN designated lists. For capacity building and awareness raising on obligation and risk pertaining to PF regime, the authorities conduct outreach to private sector to explain key elements of national CPF strategy and enhance understanding of their obligations. For public-private collaborative dialogues at various forums, dialogues for public-private collaboration are undertaken to encourage the private sector to comply with its obligations. For harmonization policies, the regulatory authorities harmonize the outreach and capacity building program of respective reporting entities. In terms of evaluation and follow-up actions, a comprehensive review has to be undertaken on required basis. Plenary meetings are conducted every quarter to provide feedback on activities that were undertaken for initiating and strengthening CPF measures. This slide shows details of plenary meetings that have been conducted since the establishment of CRMC. So far, we have conducted 12 plenary meetings. This slide shows CRMC guidelines for PF regime. The CRMC guidelines are developed with a purpose that relevant authorities dealing with CPF should integrate them in their internal policies. The guidelines have helped them in improving their internal regulatory and monitoring functions. As a result of work required by the CRMC, 2 sets of comprehensive guidelines have been issued for effective implementation of CPF regime. The first set of guidelines was issued in September 2020, and second was issued in July 2021. The second was exclusively for DNFBP sectors. In addition to these guidelines, sectoral guidelines have been issued by the supervisors and regulators for the regulated entities. These guidelines have also been translated into our national language Urdu for the ease of understanding of our regulated entities. PF compliance measures are measured through submission of monitoring sheets, which are also called tracking sheets, by supervisors and regulators. Monitoring sheets were developed to monitor and track the progress and reflect implementation of CRMC decisions and strategic priorities. It was realized that for effective implementation of CPF regime, it was necessary that CRMC should regularly seek input and monitor the activities carried out by its members. So for that very purpose, 2 templates of monitoring sheets were developed. The first monitoring sheet was developed in November 2020 for regulatory authority of the financial institutions. The second monitoring sheet was developed in July 2021, particularly for DNFBP supervisors. Both tracking sheets are required to be submitted to CRMC on quarterly basis. CRMC also undertakes regular outreach activities for enhancing awareness and capacity building of supervisors and regulators. CRMC outreach is made as part of 3-tiered strategy, which includes outreach made from CRMC platform, outreach made by regulatory authorities, and internal outreach by regulated entities. In outreach activities, emphasis is made to raise awareness on obligations under CPF regime. At CRMC platform, outreach plans are made for both the public and private sectors. Moreover, special focus is made on feedback on outreach activities made by the regulatory authorities. CRMC officials also take part in outreach activities sponsored by United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes for private sectors. For custom officials, training modules on PF-related matters are made for the entry-level and mid-career level officials. CRMC has also made special focus on private bodies, including district chambers of commerce, as well as academics and research institutes. With this, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for patience hearing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harun Rashid, for highlighting the national level coordination review and monitoring mechanism for implementation of United Nations Security Council sanctioned resolutions. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are into the question and answer session, but the time is very limited. May I request you to please, those who are interested to ask questions, to raise their hands, identify yourself and organization, and also identify the speaker to whom the question would be directed. Also, a request that please avoid comments. Be precise, crisp in asking the question. So the floor is open for questions. So we have a lady in that row. if the mic could be given to her.
Hello, can you hear me? So, thank you for such an insightful session. I would like to ask my question from Ms. Yang. So, ma'am, I wanted to ask you, why does Resolution 1540 does not list its own list of controls that could serve as a universal benchmark?
Right. Now, since the time is limited, if there is any other question related to this particular topic, I think we can club few questions and then... Yes, please.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Muhammad Furqan, and I'm working as a General Manager in Canberra Defence Directorate. My question is relevant to Resolution 1540. Basically, I have a two-part. The first part of my question is why this resolution is known as 1540. And the second part of my question is what are the main challenges nowadays 1540 committee is facing and how they resolve the issues, especially in focusing the developing countries like Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much for those two questions. And before requesting the panelists to answer these questions, I'll just add a caveat if she can talk about also how does she look at the future of 1540 committee, the direction that it is going to take. Thank you.
So, if I'm not mistaken, the first or second question are addressed to me, and you were asking me to discuss the future of the committee. I will start from the very last question, the future of the committee. What I can say is I can give you a brief introduction of the current comprehensive review. As I've mentioned, our committee, the mandate now is until November the 30th, 2022. So currently, the committee is undertaking the comprehensive review, and we are drafting the report. That's so much what I can say, and the future of the committee relies in the hands of the members of the Security Council. So I really don't have the mandate I don't have a crystal ball to tell the future of the committee. But what we can draw from our current review is like the implementation is making steady progress, which is the fact. And it remains a long-term task. It's also another fact. So maybe a sensible conclusion from those facts. I think people can make their own assessment of the future of the committee, and I'm not really in a position to tell what the future will be looking like. It will be in the member states of the Security Council. And also the second last question is why the resolution is 1540. This is very simple. It's just sequencing, but that year it's 1540, and you hear about 1718 on deep hierarchy sections because it was adopted after 2004, so it's each Security Council has a resolution has its own number. When it comes to that, it is that. So it's very natural. It's not chosen. And you were asking another question is that how 1540 committee can help or can do to the developing countries like Pakistan. In fact, here I have a slightly different views, but this is basically my personal view. Is that in terms of implementing Resolution 1540, Pakistan is not a developing country. I mean, talking about legislation and enforcement measures, as we have said, they're really not that significant. We are saying that developed countries are implementing the most, and developing countries are not implementing that much. That's not the case in 1540. We have seen many developing countries which have very good legislation and enforcement measures in place. But for if you're asking about how the committee can help, like those countries which are not implementing that in a full or comprehensive way, which gaps are a little bit wider, it's like the committee has its own assistance mechanism, and it has bring the assistance providers, which are international organizations, regional organizations, as over 40, around 50 member states. They have indicated to the committee that they are willing to provide assistance, and to be And Pakistan, in fact, is one of the assistance providers registered with the committee. So we matchmaking the assistance providers and the assistance requesters. Once a country has an assistance request formally submit to the committee then circulate its request to all the providers, including Pakistan, and see who can pick up the assistance request. Like, for example, one country now is requesting like a biosecurity assistance, and then others have expertise, can help them in building their either legislation or enforcement measures or laboratory, but that needs lots of discussion. So that is one of the main functions of the committee, which is matchmaking, that is matching offers and assistance. I think different countries have different circumstances. So for developing countries and for some countries which they don't necessarily have those lots of those items under control, they might be like some Maldives or like Solomon Island. They might be on a shipping route, transshipment routes. So the main priority might be transshipment controls or capacity building in that effect. So different countries have different specificities. That is something we have to take into consideration. We are talking to states about how to implement the resolution. I hope I answer your question satisfactorily. And the first question is on why 1540 does not prescribe the financing controls, right? You are asking this question, why don't we have a list or anything about financial controls? Is that the question? Did I get the question right?
You want?
That is very. In fact, you may see from my presentation that we only have 3 definitions. We have definitions of nested actors. We have definitions of delivery means. So the thing is, my understanding is that the resolution was adopted and. Was negotiated and adopted under a very, very delicate balance. So different countries have different means to. I think it's a consensus at that time that each country has to decide how to implement that resolution. The control list, we depend on member states to develop its own control list. We don't really have a control list. And talking about financing controls, that's even more complicated, and there's less consensus at that time in the international community. And even now, we don't really have a definition there. So we leave that to member states to decide how they are going to implement the resolution and relevant articles. Yeah, thank you.
Any other question? Yes, please. Can you bring the mic here, please? In the front row.
If you permit me, it will be not question, but the explanation why we do not use FATF in the committee in 1540 and what resolution 1540 is for. Because resolution 1540, it is a resolution of cooperation. And you notice that during the presentations, there was metrics. Metrics, it appeared not just from vacuum. It appears from understanding that the Committee 1540 is not authorized to judge countries how they implement the resolution. That's why we fill these gaps in the metrics and see how the resolution is implemented. And the quality of the implementation is out of the mandate of the Committee 1540. The same problem goes with the FATF. FATF is a kind of law enforcement, and it comes to countries, analyze the situation in a country, and put the country in blacklist, gray list, and white list. If you're in gray list, you are obliged to fulfill everything which they instructed to fulfill you. It is a danger if you go this way in the committee, you will ruin the spirit of cooperation within the committee, which is very fragile. Because in present international turbulence, it is very difficult to find consensus. And it is more difficult to find consensus how to introduce FATF regulation into. If you want to turn the Committee 1540 in law enforcement mechanism, which, for example, I'm against it, you'll ruin the resolution 1540. That's the problem, to make a balance between two mechanisms. One without power of intervention, of internal intervention, and the second with the power of intervention. It is almost impossible. That's why the mandate is limited. We are discussing this issue for the future mandate, and we are very cautious how to proceed with this issue. Sorry that I take up this question. Edit something.
Thank you for that elaboration. One last question, if there is any. Mr. Sharp.
Thank you very much. I have been related to the Chemical Weapon Convention for quite a long time, and basically I would like that I will basically be readdressing from the main subject, and I will be talking about the Chemical Weapon Convention linkage with the 1540. And as you already know that the chemical threat is proceeding at a very fast rate. So if you can kindly explain what kind of linkage and how is the CWC supporting the 1540. Thank you very much.
So should the question be answered by Mr. Zawar or Ms. Zhang? Okay, Mr. Zawar.
Can you a bit repeat your question? Actually,
the linkage between CWC and the 1540.
Right. Okay. Before answering the question on the linkage between the one of the convention which is part of the international non-proliferation regime, I'd like to add what the Excellency has mentioned, that 1540 mentions what to do and not how to do. So that's the basis of the consensus how the 1540 came about. The 1540 cannot lay out the lists. It cannot impeach upon the authorities of the other conventions and treaties. So that's why it only mentions what is expected out of the member states, and how they will do it, it is left to them, because it's a question of national sovereignty. If somebody has gone into the details of the first open debate on 1540 in April 2004, you would find that there were a number of member states who were opposed to 1540 basic text, but having incorporated the cooperative aspect into the 1540 text, the member state agreed to, and the same is the case with Pakistan also. Now, talking about the linkage, once already the CWC convention is there, so how does it come through? The point is that as I mentioned, that there was a need felt in post 9/11 environment that there should be a mechanism for which is binding on everybody. Now, these conventions have a inherent problem, and the problem is that if I don't want to sign a convention or a treaty, nobody can force me to sign. At the time of 1540, there were around 162 member states who had signed CWC, and the remaining were not signatories. And still, although the CWC claims to be now a globalized convention having around, I think, 192 signatories, but there are many member states who do not have the implementation law as yet. So that is why the CWC was brought into as far as the various aspect, operational paragraph 2 or operational paragraph 3 and 3A and B from the physical security and transport safety point of view and export control point of view, because there are certain gaps, especially the CWC doesn't talk about the transportation of the chemicals. But the 1540 talks about the transportation, while these sensitive materials are being transported from one place to another. So, and it is moreover the legal binding. I may not be signatory to CWC or BWC, and as Pakistan is not signatory to NPT, but the operating paragraphs make it obligatory on Pakistan and any other member state who is not signatory to any of these conventions that they have to abide by, right? But again, as far as the ambassador said, that the 1540 does not have the enforcement power, and if you try to put it into it, it will collapse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zawar. That brings us to conclude the session. I'll just leave you with one comment, and then we'll conclude the session. One question, rather. All the non-proliferation regimes, whether formal, informal, they commit to the peaceful uses of dual use and other sensitive technologies, including science and technology. However, the problem occurs when the policies of member states are driven by commercial and strategic interests in disregard to the regional and international security. So the question is that should arms management or non-proliferation policies and approaches revolve around the political alignments of states, or the principles of universality and non-discrimination should be followed? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The lunch is waiting outside. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? Thank you. Esteemed audience, we have come to the end of the first session of the day. I would like to thank the session chair, Dr. Zafar Ali, for joining us, and I request him to present souvenirs to the speakers. Dr. Zafar Ali. Thank you, sir. The worthy guests are now requested to proceed outside for a working lunch. Foreign delegates are kindly requested to proceed from their right side, and the local delegates are requested to kindly proceed from their left side. Thank you.
of a foreign government will be treated as non-residents under this modification. Under this new rule, foreign researchers or professors who have strong connection with foreign governments or foreign universities through employment contract or sponsorship contract will be treated as non-residents, even if they have already resided in Japan for more than 6 months. Okay, next I would like to explain about Japanese government outreach policy. In Japan, export control outreach to industry is carried out by METI, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and in addition, self-supporting efforts by industry play a significant role. A non-profit organization, Center for Information on Security Export Control, we call CISTEC, is taking the key role in encouraging industries export control. This non-profit organization, CISTEC, was established in 1987 to enhance the cooperation between the government and industry. Currently, it has about over 500 members, many of whom are large manufacturing companies covering the majority of Japan's good export. Outreach for member companies are conducted by this non-profit organization. Therefore, METI is targeting its industry outreach to small and medium-sized enterprises. In Japan, there are a number of these small and medium-sized enterprise SMEs with advanced technologies. In recent years, METI placed great importance in reaching out to these SMEs from the perspective of strengthening the ITT control. The slide shows typical outreach program to SMEs. There are two pillars. One is to raise awareness of export control among SMEs through providing information seminars. We provide information seminars to SMEs in cooperation with relevant organizations such as chambers of commerce and SME business organizations. The meetings are basically open to the public, so people from academia can also join the meeting. We used to arrange about 100 face-to-face information seminars per year at various cities across the country. Due to the pandemic, the meetings were held in online format, but recently we have begun to hold some meetings in person upon request. The other pillars is to raise awareness of export control by dispatching advisors to SMEs. This program aims to support companies' self-efforts and self-management in export control. Due to the pandemic, we were not able to dispatch advisors to SMEs. Instead, advisors had online consultations with SMEs. Online consultations allowed SMEs to have easy access to advisors, and SMEs are now more active in asking questions. As a consequence, they are requesting for more opportunities to have online consultations with experts. These are examples of our outreach to SMEs. And next is the outreach to academia. There are the current outreach activities provided by METI to raise awareness of academia. One is the guidance designed for academia. METI encourages universities to implement what is recommended in the guidance for export control of sensitive technology for academia. The guidance consists of 3 main points. First, it lists examples of critical research areas for export control. We selected and indicated 55 critical research areas for export control so that universities can recognize which areas of research will likely to fall under the scope of export control. Second, it shows some role model methodologies for export control. For example, we recommend the introduction of top-down system for export control management in each organization of academia. We also indicate the areas where professors should be responsible and where administrative sections of a university should be responsible for, clarifying where the responsible lies for export control. Third, we provide a set of sample documents which can be used when universities or research institutions introduce internal compliance. For example, we recommend them to introduce simple check and review sheets, which can be filled with yes or no answers. During the pandemic, METI conducted a survey to look for the best practice of implementing each model of the guidance. Now we are working to compile the best practice and publish some of them on the website. E-learning program is another pillar of our research to academia. E-learning contents are provided in both Japan and English. We are now updating the contents to reflect the recent legal amendments. The update version will include the example of unintended technology transfer, which may occur through online meetings. If you are interested, go check the website. Thank you. And last, outreach activities listed here aim to support academia self-management of export control. There are two types of program. One is to enhance individual efforts of each organization by dispatching experts or by providing on-site consultations by senior government officials. For this program, METI dispatches experts who have rich experience and knowledge in export control management. Many of these experts are retired workers from a company that has a strong self-management system of export control. They provide consultations to universities and research institutions upon request. Most of the consultations were provided in an online format. Online consultations are extremely useful in connecting experts with university and research institutes that are not in major urban centers. Information exchange has now become more active with online consultation than in pre-COVID times. Next, on-site consultations. This is for academia, which has not introduced or has newly introduced the export control self-implementation system. This program aims to encourage universities to have export control mechanism in place. In this program, senior officials of METI visit universities with which METI had no connections in the past. For first visit, in-person meetings are much more preferable to online meetings. The other program for supporting the academia's effort to enhance self-management is to support universities and research institutions to establish network among them. Currently, there are 13 regional networks of universities in Japan and around 180 universities participated in them. Other than universities, regional networks, there is a network among research institutes whose area of research fall under the scope of export control. The advantage of establishing these networks is to promote information sharing among the group members. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, the group members have had meetings in a virtual format to share information. The most recent meeting was held in March 2022, where representatives of 30 networks gathered online to exchange information. From the perspective of conducting outreach activities, face-to-face meetings and online meetings do have their own merits and demerits. More people can join the meetings in an online format, but for in-depth and interactive discussions, it might be better to have them in person. We think it has become more important to provide meetings or consultations either online or in person, depending on the types and purposes of the meetings, to make the best use of their respective merits. And then my conclusion, the ratio of universities with internal compliance program, ICP, and divisions responsible for export control has been going up in the past 4 years. In particular, all national universities introduced ICP and the division responsible for export control by 2012. The ratio of universities other than national universities, such as private, prefectural, and municipal universities with ICP and divisions responsible for security export control, has also increased. But they are still in the development stage. There is update of outreach activities to academia in Japan. Thank you so much. That concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions, so a little bit difficult to hear your question. So feel free send me the email. Send me the email. And if you cannot write my emails, please question my Pakistan's colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Sugihara. I'm sorry it took a while to get you online. Thank you for being on time. And anybody who wants his email can ask the organizers, or I can ask me, and I will hand it over. We now move to speaker number 2, who will be speaking on control lists, classification, best practices, implementation challenges, and that is Mr. Sulman Akbar. He's a former deputy director policy in Secdiv itself, where he spent almost 14 years, where I know him from very well. He's a stalwart in setting up Secdiv, and he's been a former visiting fellow at Monterey and in the University of Georgia. And sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chair, dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen, as the title of the presentation suggests, I will be talking about control list classification best practices and some of their implementation challenges. This is a general sequence. I will introduce about what is control list, what is best practices, and what are the problems associated with the EU dual use control list, which is considered as best practice in control list classification, and then there would be conclusion and recommendations. Much have been talked about UNSC resolution 1540. This was passed in 2004 under Article 7 of the UN Charter, which makes it obligatory to the member states. This resolution calls upon all states to have effective export controls. This resolution also recognized the utility of effective national control lists and required the member states to adopt control lists in their export control system. But the resolution does not impose any obligation on states to follow any particular list. Globalization of trade pose a significant challenge to export control authorities around the world, since the production and distribution of sensitive dual-use goods and technologies is not limited to a few states, but more and more developing countries are requiring capabilities to produce dual-use goods. This may be because of acquisition of multinational companies, mergers, and shifting of technology to developing states due to their commercial reasons. Due to globalization, the companies have to comply with the varying export control regulations of different countries. And if the control lists are not harmonized between the states, then there is chance that there are loopholes in the export controls. Similarly, the transit and transshipment also pose a challenge due to non-harmonization of export control among countries. These challenges require that the trade controls should be harmonized. The EU integrated list of dual-use goods and technologies is considered to be the best practice for constituting individual export control lists. According to the European Commission Staff Working Paper of 2013, the European Union integrated list has emerged as a global standard in harmonization of export controls. But there are some gaps in the EU integrated list vis-a-vis control lists maintained by international export control regimes. These gaps could be exploited by the would-be proliferated, and in the way EU could become a weak link in international export control architecture. Control lists are basis of export controls. These are actually lists which tells you which commodities are under regulatory controls. Normally control lists are divided into two parts. One is generally deal with the munitions and dual-use goods and technologies. They are related to munitions. And second part deals with the dual-use goods and technologies related to WMDs. One of the main problems with the control lists are these are inherently complex and difficult to understand. It is actually the responsibility of the licensing officer of the regulatory authority to interpret and to decide whether an export license falls under the control list or not. In an export control system, control lists are generally interpreted at various steps. Firstly, when control lists are adopted from multilateral export control regime into national export controls. Secondly, when the exporters files a license for export, there is an interpretation is required. Thirdly, when the licensing authority judges an application whether the commodity under question are subject to controls. And lastly, interpretation is required by the customs officials when the actual export at the export stage to decide whether the commodities matches with the license application or not. It is very rare that the commodity under question is directly defined in the control list. For example, triple head panoramic driver displays cannot be found anywhere in the control list. However, these are defined under ground vehicles and components, therefore specially designed or modified for military use. There are ambiguities in the control list that may be due to different use of different control parameters, and when one commodity is defined under different categories. Effectiveness of export controls depends upon the credibility of the control list. The control list should be able to accurately define items which are subject to controls. Due to fast growing technological development, the need to revise control lists, there is a need to revise the control list. However, adoption of control list and their revision is not a simple task. It is very resource intensive, and many of the developing countries may not have resources, technical resources to deal with this aspect. Lastly, the control list should be harmonized with international standards. As I have already told, the EU integrated list of dual-use goods and technologies is considered as the international best practice in control list classification. Export control experts around the world encourage states to either adopt EU dual-use list in their export control system or use the classification system of the EU. Experts also encourage the developed states to allocate suitable resources to assist countries in developing their control list on EU model. US EXBX program is such an example. As of today, around 200 countries outside European Union have either adopted EU dual-use list in their export control system or have used European Union classification model to devise their control list. Adoption of EU model leads to harmonization of international export controls, which is beneficial in better enforcement of the export controls. However, there are discrepancies and inconsistencies in the EU list vis-à-vis international export control regimes, which makes the EU as a weak link in the international non-proliferation architecture. It is important that EU dual-use list should fully reflect the control list of international export control regimes. Failing to reflect the international export control regimes in the EU list can have two effects. First, if the items are missing from the EU list, then there is a chance that the missing items can be exported and can be exploited by would-be proliferators. And secondly, if there are items that are not on the export control regime list, but it is added in the European Union list, then the European Union businesses would be at commercial disadvantage. And also the countries following the European Union list would also have the same situation. There are real life examples of both these scenarios. This is EU dual use list classification system. In the list, each commodity is assigned to a specific number called export control classification number. This is an alphanumeric number, and each of its digit has its own significance. The number on the far left side shows the category of the item. The second number shows the product group. The third shows the origin of that commodity, and last two digits shows the description of the item. MTCR control lists have been divided into two categories. Category 1 and Category 2 items. Category 1 items are those which are related to missiles and other delivery systems that are capable of carrying a payload of around 500 kg to a range of at least 300 kilometers, while Category 2 items are the goods which have only the threshold limit of range. There are 20 items in the MTCR annex, and each item is subdivided into 5 sections. NSG control list is divided into 2 parts. The first part, that is NSG guidelines content trigger list. It consists of goods and technologies specifically designed for nuclear applications. However, the goods have been arranged in simple numerical order without any particular classification system. The part 2 of the NSG guidelines contain dual-use goods and technologies. It has 6 categories, and each category is subdivided into 5 product groups. Since Pakistan's control lists are based on EU classification system, so it is good to have a look on control list of Pakistan. These lists were initially notified in 2005, and these are periodically reviewed by a standing joint working group, which is an interministerial body. The control list of Pakistan encompass the list and scope of export controls maintained by NSG, MTCR, and AG.
Salman Akbar Saab, with respect, we're running out of time, so could you move on to your conclusion and recommendation, which are also very valuable. Thank you.
Okay. These are some of the examples of gaps in the European Union as compared to the control list of international export control regimes. Example 1 is the MTCR category, specially designed hybrid computers. In second column, the hybrid computers as defined in the EU dual-use list are given. EU dual-use list does not control hybrid computers for Category 1 ballistic missiles and unmanned aerial vehicle systems and their subsystems. Also, the EU military list does not control hybrid computers. There are around 25 categories and subcategories in the EU where such discrepancies could be identified. Second example is related to composite structures, laminates, and manufacturers. In this, EU dual use list does not control composite structure, laminates, and manufacture for guidance sets mentioned in 7A117. Moreover, in this category of EU defined missiles means complete rocket system and unmanned aerial vehicle systems capable of a range exceeding 300 kilometers. Apparently, by defining missiles with only 300 kilometer threshold, a complete category of category 1 measles have been eliminated. There is another example. This is comparative analysis of EU and NSG list. There is a difference in control language between the EU dual use list and NSG trigger list, and there are different exemptions given in the EU. In fact, EU dual use list defines more crisply, while trigger list give broader parameters. There are some discrepancies and inconsistencies in EU vis-a-vis export control regimes list. These discrepancies in EU dual use list have negative effects on harmonization of export control system, since there may be a scenario when the country is not actually following the EU dual use list, find themselves in a position where they need to incorporate commodities of international export control regimes list, which are missing from the EU list. At that stage, each country may assign classification number as per their own understanding. This leads to gradual distortion of the classification system of the EU. Moreover, countries following EU list may inherit discrepancies in their national control lists. This is particularly important when the states that are member to international export control regimes and they are following EU integrated list, and there are commodities which are missing in the EU list, so they will not be able to fulfill their commitments which they have made in the international export control regimes list. And since most of the EU states are member of the international export control regimes, this may encourage states not to follow international export control regimes list, because there may be chance that EU is actually deliberately skipping these commodities due to their commercial reasons. There are few recommendations. EU control list may be updated to make it consistent with the list of international export control regimes. The gaps between EU dual use lists and international export control regimes may be identified and removed. If the commodities could be classified by providing specific control parameters as done by the EU, the regimes should also adopt this approach instead of giving broader parameters. To improve adaptability of control list regimes list, the regimes list coding may be converted to EU classification system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. Zanders, Jean-Pascal Zanders, an independent researcher consultant heading his own heading the Trench a research initiative dedicated to the future of disarmament. He has been a leading member of CIPRI in the past, and now is also an important part of two important French and Swiss think tanks. The topic will be reinforcing expert controls through education and outreach. Dr. Zanders, you have the floor.
Thank you.
very much for the introduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here today. What I would like to do is give you an impression of a long-time, multiple-year project funded by the European Commission on export controls. As part of that, I have developed a full master's program for application in universities. So the initiative is called the Targeted Initiative. The key aspect I would like to emphasize from this slide are the targeted initiative partner countries. We work together with the two science centers, the International Science and Technology Center, which is based in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan, for Central Asia, and then the Science and Technology Center in Ukraine, which covers the GUAM countries, which are Georgia, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, and Moldova. The element to highlight here before this audience among the ISTC partner countries is also Pakistan. And so far we did not have all that much interaction with Pakistan, so should Pakistan be interested, they should definitely get in touch with that. In the TI we have different work packages, and so, as I've said, my responsibility are the academic projects. What did we develop in the meantime? The initial instructions I got was to design and implement a full master's course, 60 credits over 1 academic year or 2 academic years. Speaking with many potential partners at that time, which was February 2018, it immediately became clear that whoever we were going to interact with over the years, there were so many different conditions, so many different expectations. And so the challenge became how to design a master's course that actually could be adapted to varying situations, educational situations, but also serving many stakeholder communities such as industry, academia or research communities. So hence we developed a modular approach of 9 self-contained learning units. 2 are introductory, 4 are advanced, and 3 are seminars. And using those modules as self-contained units gave us the flexibility to actually deliver courses, short courses, executive courses to specific target audiences. Now, the master's course as a modular approach so far is being implemented in a great variety of ways. So the choice initially when we started thinking about it was to have 1 master's course, full master's course over 1 year. What actually happened is in the implementation that 1 university took 6 of the 9 modules and implemented in a 2-year master's course. So there was an existing course and they have inserted modules as part of a 2-year program. Today, the national educational authorities of that country have officially recognized, certified that course, so it's now part of an official course in that country. But the flexibility for a university is also that they could opt to make a module, for example, an introductory module, offer it as an elective course in a different faculty, or even open it already up to bachelor students so that they already have an introduction to that. I've already mentioned executive courses. These are 2-week, quite intensive courses. It mostly goes to professionals, people from government agencies, industry, research institutes. The 1-week intensive courses are mostly designed for teaching experts, professors, and so on, to bring them up to date with the knowledge of the area in which they will be teaching later. So the presentation, if you will receive the PDF version of it, it has many more slides that gives you more detail about each one of the modules. So, okay, here you see them all. So, currently, the project, so we started in 2018, we are 2022, and we have quite advanced also in our objectives. And what we aimed for is not that we as a set of academics coming from the European Union going to other countries. Our purpose is really to transfer the ownership to the local stakeholders of those courses. So it's basically a package we offer, and it's then up to the local partners to mold the modules into the forms that's best adapted to their own circumstances. So the transfer of ownership to the local stakeholders, be it universities, research institutes, and other institutions, there's a transfer. But by transfer, we also have the ambition of sustainability. In other words, too often we have in assistance programs to other countries, once the money flow stops, the interest in the initiative also stops. So we are also working hard that the people take local ownership of those to make it sustainable. In other words, when our role is finished at an institute or in a country, the local stakeholders have to continue it based on the necessities, how these may develop inside the country. How do we motivate the people? It is very much by demonstrating throughout the course, but also in outreach activities, to demonstrate why this issue of export controls and transfer controls is important to them. When I mentioned that course that was officially certified by the local, by the national educational authorities, that was a faculty of economics where it was done. Even though we also touch on the many scientific areas relating to chemical, biological, nuclear and radiological weapons. So it's explaining why is it important to them. In previous presentations, we've already seen things. Even students can be a proliferation risk or threat. And then the second aspect is also to create agency, how they can address those issues. How can they understand it, improve their understanding, and then through the students, through interactions with other stakeholders, actually build what we call building a culture of responsibility. In other words, it's a total package. It's about motivating people, it's about changing the behavior of communities, having a risk awareness, having the ability to respond to perceived risks that may happen in a variety of ways. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to give further information.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zander. You've been the best speaker in the conference so far for being ahead of time. I apologize for missing a few minutes of your speech. I had, of course, read it attentively last night, and I had it on the telephone in front of me right now. Thank you again. Sorry again. We now come to our fourth and last speaker in this session, Mr. Mohammed Adil. He's a career diplomat with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, assigned to its Science and Diplomacy Division. Apart from working on science diplomacy, he has dealt with matters pertaining to disarmament, including the Biological Weapons Convention, Chemical Weapons Convention, and has done his PhD dissertation work in Australia. And I look forward to your live presentation, Mr. Adil. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, colleagues, dear friends. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizers for putting this together, a very timely seminar. So it is between you and the cup of tea, so I'll try to keep it short and sweet. So what I'll talk about are policy implications of emerging biotechnologies. Much as what has been said about our control lists, but I want to discuss about technology, the platforms that they possess, and the kind of regulatory power that they transfer to the regulators. So this is the outline. I'll talk about emerging technologies, a summary of safety and security, what are the implications for the Biological Weapons Convention, and what are the way forwards for regulation. So getting right down towards the policy attribute, what do emerging technologies entail? They are defined by radical novelty, fast growth, coherence. They have a prominent impact, and they also bring forward uncertainty and ambiguity, things that risk regulators do not like. They also have the ability to change status quo. Very crucially, they possess technological convergence. So synthetic biology, nanobiotechnology. So these are convergence of two different technology platforms. So how do we go forward with regulations? They also have divisive social acceptance. There's a talk about what AI might entail to the, are these existential threats? Are they, are the solutionist in nature? So there are questions are still out there. Very importantly, in sync with this seminar, they also have dual use potential. So these technologies such as drones, 3D printing, biotech, AI, they all have dual use potentials. So the kind of product landscape that they are bringing forward, it does entail a lot of dual use potential. What are the prospects and challenges? It is important to understand how countries are responding or understanding emerging technologies. Very clearly, there's a socio-economic development. The use of crop resistance crops in the field, especially in the aftermath of a climate change, it does entail socio-economic development. It also provides competitive advantage. So we have seen this, new power competition in terms of technology interfaces, which leads to also the solutionist approach that technology can be a savior in addressing global challenges. Then the other side, dual use potential, then what are the unintended consequences? This is the regulatory side of things, algorithmic bias, mutations, because at the essence, at the heart of biotechnology, you're talking about DNA of any species, and by tinkering with it, what is the kind of end product that you are bringing to the market, and are there any unintended consequences? So there are also economic challenges, so trade and patent wars, denial regimes, and they do have an impact on equitable access to these technologies. Then coming right down to the center of the topic is the summary and safety of security implications. So there's a lot of technology interface. I'll not get into the nitty-gritties of gene editing, CRISPR-Cas9, but what do these entail from a layman perspective? So you can see that at the level of immunology, if you're looking at what are the products, so you've got from the beneficial side, you've got therapeutics for disease control, but then you can design products that can overwhelm immune system. So that's the balance that we are looking at. Then at neuroscience, you're talking about treatment of psychiatric disorders, but there's also potential for cognitive, psychological, or behavioral modification. So that's where you draw the line as a regulator. With agriculture, you've got gene editing for climate and disease-resistant crop, but also gene drives. So using which you can eradicate an entire species, as we can see in the case of release of GM mosquitoes. So where do you draw that regulatory line? What's approved and not approved? Then lastly, infectious diseases. So we saw in COVID how quickly we were able to roll out vaccine platforms, but also viral strain modification. How do we control dual use research? Who has access to it? So this is the summary of safety and security implications. So what are the implications? So UNIDIR very recently launched a very good, very comprehensive report in which it actually talked about the S&T review mechanisms and how the landscape has changed so much that all of these things that I talked about in the previous slide, they impact at a convergence layer. So while you're at the level of immunology, you're talking about at the level of DNA, you're talking about engineering, immunodeficiency or autoimmunity. So in the lab, when you're doing clinical trials, you need these traits to understand gain of function research as well as to how you can bring forward medicines and therapies. Then at the level of nanotech, so you have proceeded down to a very micro level and you can deliver components. And then on the top of it is the layer of data science, artificial intelligence. So you have got these algorithms that are developing new drugs and compounds that was humanly not possible. So that raises questions from both the benefit and the risk side. Same goes in neuroscience, reproduction, agriculture, and infectious disease. So you've got a whole suite of new products coming in, but the technology is outpacing the regulations. So that brings us to the role of a diplomat, or the purpose and aims of international regulations. At the end, the purpose of regulation is to define the limits, rights and obligation, assist policymakers, leverage the power of academics to define what the science is, render science advice. Crucially, it has to reduce uncertainty, simplify transactions, facilitate cooperation, and you have to identify ways for resolution. And that's what we saw in one of the previous presentations as well, the need for harmonization. So, the policy continuum for regulation. Across the world, member states can be sorted out into this, quadrant of promotional, permissive, precautionary, and preventive. Taking example of approval of, let's say, GM crops. So you have got on the one side a promotional regime where, there's this neoliberal market perception, you provide full patent protection. But on the other side, there's a very preventive approach. So all forms of GM trades are blocked. So this is the kind of spectrum that, GM technologies operate in. And the industry has to adapt to it. And this is where you need a level of harmonization. How do we, bridge the gaps, fall somewhere between permissive and precautionary? And then a very important segue into the battle of regulatory triggers. Whatever export control regimes that we have talked till now can be sorted out into process versus product-driven regulatory designs. So these triggers, these are a binary. Some argue it's a false binary, but it exists. So the process, it says catch-all, regulate the entire technology. But the product-based design says a product has been made, so you should regulate only the end product. But the question is that, is this binary really necessary? Because there's a lot of fuzzy lines because of convergence. So gene editing, it's very different from what genetic modification was. Because of gene editing, you are not adding any foreign DNA. So what is the new regulatory paradigm? It does not follow the process or the product paradigm. So these are questions for regulators and how they can utilize the best science advice. Very importantly, if you set a huge bar for any industry or entrepreneur to enter the market, then small and medium industry would fail. Imagine the scenario in the case of the crop or the agri industry. If you place a very strong process-driven bar, then small innovators will not find the market to commercialize biotech products in. So this is the sweet spot that we have to identify as policymakers, regulators, and scientists. And this provides me a segue into what's actually happening. In different discussions with regulators, diplomats, some say there is no regulation, some say it's, a lot of regulation. So this is the landscape. There are 8 to 9 different treaties at the multilateral level that are discussing biotechnology, ranging from arms control, health and disease control, environment protection, trade and social impact. The interesting thing is we still do not have a single unified definition of biotechnology. What does it entail? How do we regulate it? What are our consensus areas? But things that we have consensus on is the kind of impact or output that we want. Arms control is simply about avoiding biological weapons. IHR talks about facilitating bio improvement for health applications. The Cartagena Protocol talks about environmental release. So the Cartagena Protocol talks about transboundary movement. It says living modified organisms, so the trade of GM crops. At the level of trade, the phytosanitary and the sanitary measures, they allow traders to export these commodities. So we do have the outcome, but we are still fuzzy along the lines of how do we define biotech? Where do we classify gene editing? Where does CRISPR fall in? So you need this connection between the scientist and the diplomat. So the policy implication is that first, as you can see very clearly, there's an institutional drift. Technology platforms, they evolve faster than regulation. So there's always going to be this drift, and you're always catching on. So instead of these deliberations that we have at the multilateral level, instead of them being at par with tech and regulation, we're always at this, still 10 years behind. So this creates a problem in terms of equitable access, in terms of resource security. There's also treaty conflict. So the Cartagena Protocol defines biotech in a different way from the World Trade Organization. So one treaty is stopping its trade while the other is allowing it. Who do we listen to? Some states are not signatory to some of these treaties. So that's the implication for diplomats as well. How do we bridge these gaps? How do we define risk? And that's where the classic, binary between scientific or, the social sciences versus the national sciences. Do you define socioeconomic dimension as a risk or not? If you do, what is the definition of calculating socioeconomic impacts? If you don't have a criteria, how do you regulate it? This is what we see with the perception of GM crops or GM food in Europe. That, they do consider socioeconomic dimension, but how do we quantify it? Where do we draw the line if there's a benefit or utility of something? And in the age, we are also living in the age of infodemic, that there's a deluge of fake news that has implications for regulations. So you've got a whole propaganda websites that are painting a picture of a technology in a different way. So that has an impact on consumer perception. Then convergence. It's important to discuss convergence because these are bringing new products to the market that have no regulations. How do you regulate nanobiotech? There is no international treaty on that. Same goes for quantum and bioinformatics. So these are fuzzy areas that we need to, as states, as experts and as practitioners need to deliberate on. So what are the implications for the Biological Weapons Convention, which is the most relevant for the discussion that we're having today? First is the need for horizon scanning. As you know, in the BWC, the biggest limitation is the lack of a verification protocol. So while that exists, we need to still monitor the technology landscape. Are member states aware of that? To what extent has the technology developed? Secondly, the digitalization of biological data and breakthroughs in sequencing technologies. They outpace the Moore's law. It is easy to sequence an entire genome in less than $1,000. So these have an impact on export control regimes. How do we decide where does the Nagoya Protocol trickles in versus how do we reconcile it with the Biological Weapons Convention? Then these breakthroughs in technology, and in the previous presentation as well, we talk about assistance and cooperation. So how do we better benefit from the Article 7 of the Biological Weapons Convention, which talks about assistance and cooperation. Crucially, Article 10, which talks about the need to promote peaceful users. So we have got these technology platforms, but are they being equitably shared? So these are the implications for Biological Weapon Convention, but at the end it still boils down to having a verification which adds teeth to the convention. So what is the way forward for regulations? The goal at the end of the day should be consistent and science-based approach for regulatory oversight. So at least decide on a criteria. How do you define biotech? What's the difference between synthetic biology or gene editing? So improve the understanding of science advice that can trickle down into these treaty regimes. And balance between safety and trade is huge because of the, we had a direct impact of climate change in Pakistan right now. So we have an opportunity of deploying these technologies for our benefit. But when we see a denial regimes and this over-regulation, how does that impact us? So there's a need to find this balance. Then we will, and already have during the course of this conference talked about harmonization. So how do we proceed towards harmonization? We do say we need harmonization, but harmonization actually entails either alignment or information requirements. So when a person is exporting or an entity is exporting or importing, what is the kind of information that we need? There's a difference between necessary information and good to know information. So do not draw a bar where so much information is required that it becomes a trade barrier. Secondly, synergy. You've seen that there are more than 10 international regulations that are covering biotechnology. So there's also this need to facilitate synergy instead of avoiding duplication. Future-proofing is key. That is the biggest counter to technological drift. So for future-proofing, you need more science advice, you need more synergy. And at the end, we also need, because these regulations of technology are a combination between scientists and diplomats. So you need this engagement of periodic science and technology review, and that at the end, then basically brings into science diplomacy for these treaty. With this, I thank you for your time. I'd be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adil, for your stimulating presentation. I have a few words to say myself now before we hand over to some questions and answers. All the four presentations are very educative. I will only mention a few points that struck me in particular. In the context of Mr. Sugihara's presentation on technology and intangible technology transfers, aspects of export controls, which is one of the most difficult tasks to monitor. It was a very detailed presentation, even an outline covering both regulatory scope and activist outreach. Japan's contribution to outreach abroad on export controls through bilateral mechanisms for periodic meetings as with Pakistan and seminars in Tokyo to which a number of countries participated has also been very laudatory. I just may mention that the first export control delegation to Pakistan in 2005 was from Japan itself. Mr. Sulman Akbar's presentation on control list classification, best practices, and the practical implementation brought out the challenges, including for Pakistan. The presentation was of great value as it made concrete recommendations to remove discrepancies in form and substance from the EU control list and from the control regime list. Perhaps he could have added that for Pakistan, despite by its now 6th control list evolution being outside the NSG, harmonization prevents significant problems. Dr. Zander detailed a comprehensive educational and outreach targeted program initiated and institutionalized by the EU with as yet 15 partner countries, including Pakistan, in which one expects over time the partner countries will transition from being targets of this broad initiative to modulating aspects themselves or jointly in this process and in turn impact the EU's own internal processes and programs. The scope of Mr. Adil's presentation on the policy implications of emerging biotechnology we've just heard was credible in its scope and ambition. It covered a lot of ground and raised many questions about the challenges and dangers that we all collectively face. While he perforce briefly outlined the way forward to regulate, I look forward to a follow-up paper giving more details in this regard, which the time limitation did not allow him to do here. To sum up in terms of my perception, I would stress that first of all, for sustainable progress in global strategic trade management that will benefit all complying countries, a level playing field has to be ensured. This is certainly not what is happening. For a non-NSG country, updating the control list presents difficulties as the necessary real-time flows and interchange of explanatory, technical and other information on rationale is missing and slow to be adduced. NSG countries claim that they examine exports within the ambit of potential controls on a case-by-case basis. However, as the process is not transparent, it has become discriminatory and an entity-based approach. For non-NSG countries, it often occurs that when they are exporting and an end-user certificate is requested by them, it is held up without adequate reason, thus enabling a competitor to be informed to win that particular opportunity. Adherence to strategic trade control should lead to incentivization, not to the opposite. While under NSG guidelines, exemptions from non-NSG and NSG countries can be made for safety equipment for civil nuclear power facilities, including for within the nuclear island, the most critical part for the safety of those within the vicinity and possibly more within the country and region, such equipment is not permitted and usually denied. Adherence to all the control lists and guidelines is encouraged as mandatory. However, the 2008 exemption to India has driven a hole through these principles and process. Furthermore, while safeguarded nuclear materials and technology flows under the 2008 exemption, there is no effective checks on the diversion of part of it for military purposes, which is taking place and may well intensify. To give just one small example, India's unique safeguards agreement with the IAEA contains a number of unique provisions giving India considerable flexibility to move safeguarded material in and out of unsafeguarded nuclear programs. International export regimes, while preventing proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, should not hamper international cooperation in the peaceful uses of dual-use technology, which is essential for socio-economic development for developing countries. Developing countries cannot become hewers of wood and drawers of water. Pakistan has a significant civil nuclear infrastructure capability able to design, make, and operate small civil nuclear power plants, some of which have been requested from abroad. This capability is more than that of a number of members of the NSG. Bringing Pakistan within the NSG would remove a major distortion and strengthen the global non-proliferation regime. I now request if there are any questions that the questioner would identify himself would identify any specific speaker that he wishes to respond to, and also would make it brief, make the question brief, and only one question at a time, please. The floor is open. Sir, you have the floor on the right.
Sir, Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Hamza. And really enriching and enlightening experience to listen to. And I would like to ask Mr. Adil regarding the Biological Weapons Convention. We see that the disease patterns and the epidemiological patterns vary according to regions. And especially when we come close to the equator and the tropical areas, the impact of pandemics or the impact of different diseases, they vary. However, we do not see that every approach the UN or any international institution adopts specifically hits the targeted temperature, targeted climate conditions, or the targeted epidemiological pattern of that region. So why not go for a South-South solution when it comes to this region in particular? And if we see the success of multilateralism when it comes to disarmament, export regime controls, or the healthcare sector per se, we would realize that without the regional powers being major stakeholder in the process, such like consensus does not yield any result. And if in this particular region, China and India...
I think, sir, you've given some very rich questions to answer.
Sir.
And we only have a few minutes left, so I would ask Adil to try to respond briefly also.
Well, thank you for that question. My brief comment on that is that in case of pandemic, more than the Biological Weapons Convention, it's the IHR, the International Health Regulation, the WHO. There's definitely need for South-South, but first we need to, develop better cooperation patterns. That there's in the case of vaccines there wasn't equitable distribution, so we need to resolve those patterns first. And the second thing is you need more science in these treaties. More scientists get a platform, and then we can have a solution. Thank you.
Again, on the right side, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I am Shahab and dealing with CWC, and I had the honor to serve with Mr. Zenders in the advisory board on education and outreach. And I would like to ask that the module he has explained here is quite elaborate, and if in case of Pakistan it wants to implement this type of module, what should be the way forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's great to see a colleague again. We've been working together in the OPCW, the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, on education and outreach. So a great surprise seeing you here, and a great pleasure, of course, too. To answer your question, well, initially what we're going to have, if there is an expression of interest, is of course a number of discussions to understand exactly what you would like to have. By the way, I should also emphasize partnership, project partnership is not limited to a country. Several institutions within a country can actually partner in it. One of the things we also try to do is build networks between them. But to come back to that is to understand what specifically you want. So before we actually propose the master's program as such, there will be a series of meetings and events which I would categorize under the outreach element. What happens there? We have discussions with the interested professor, faculty, research institute, but at the same time the local stakeholder with the interest would be organizing certain types of events, which can be meeting with decision makers within the faculty or at the university level. So there is a promotional element to convince these people already of the importance of the program. Then there would be other outreach activities in the forms of small seminars and so on, where both university staff and students can participate. And that's the beginning of engendering interest among target audiences as well as decision makers. And then we get together to, based on the modules, to make a more targeted package. So it could well be that at your institute you have people well versed in chemistry, well versed in biology. Then we would focus more on nuclear and radiological, because we work with CBRN. And then we move on. There is teaching, but we do a lot of professor training to make them feel what is necessary, and we accompany them. But after a certain while, like any good child, it has to stand on its own legs.
Thank you. We have time for one more question, if anybody wants to ask that. I don't see any, so I declare...
Right in the middle.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, sir. You have the floor.
Hello. Sir, I represent the chemical industries here. I represent the Stara chemical industry of Pakistan. My question is addressed to Mr. Sulaiman Akbar. He says that there is a control list, which is EU control list, and there is another list, which is international control list. We have faced this problem, and METI Japan has observed that you are exporting hydrochloric acid and sulfuric acid, which is going to Afghanistan. Now, what Japan has with Pakistan that he is objecting on this system. First is that Pakistan should not export to Afghanistan, because that is a vendor which is exporting. It is not that chemical industries of Pakistan, they are exporting. But how the Japan government or the METI of Japan can overstep Pakistan, that they should control our trade? This is my question.
Actually, this is not related to control list, but I try to answer. The developing countries like US, Japan, they maintain a list of end users which they think are suspicious, and they do share these lists with each other. You are right. They have no right to question our exports. But this is it. We have to live with it.
Well, the session is now closed because we're running out of time. We're not that late, so I hand over for the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the second session of the day. I would like to thank the session chair, His Excellency Ambassador Tariq Usman Haider, for joining us, and I request him to please present souvenirs to the speakers. I will now request Air Commodore retired Khalid Banouri to present souvenir to the session chair, Ambassador Tariq Usman Haider. Esteemed audience, tea will be served shortly. You are requested to remain seated for a few minutes. Thank you. Requested to proceed from their right side, and the local delegates are requested to proceed from their left side. Thank you.
You had a very interesting day today. 2 technical sessions, to use literature simile. There was sweat in one session, there were tears in the other, and now we draw blood. Talking about what might happen in this context, issues relating to new technologies and how they'll be evolving. The world is, as always, has a balance of, or not, of conflict and cooperation and development. So conflict and cooperation that coexist, and then the development of emerging technologies is actually merging and creating a complex situation. We then tend to see that enhancing security in this environment of where newer technologies are coming in, a lot with something that we really need to understand. This will remain a process and not an isolated phenomena. So, which would perhaps mean that a continuous effort will be needed to look at issues, to see the challenges, to identify them, and while availing the opportunities that the new technologies offer, dealing with the vulnerabilities of the supply chain versus the geopolitical challenges as well as the risks. So this is the kind of sense that perhaps one can think of when you look at this particular session. Clearly, ever-rising interest in emerging technologies, artificial intelligence or quantum computing or big data, and just to name a few. But then this issue of the dual-use applications, which could be vulnerable to accidents, to malicious use, and so on and so forth. How to balance this out? But if you look at this environment, one aspect that seems to be relevant to think of is that the path to lawfare to deal with the regulation of the emerging technologies, there seems to have a low appetite at this point, which perhaps means that while there's a bandwagon to acquire emerging technologies, which is fine, there are so many opportunities and advantages. There's this challenge of the dual use, misuse, which will remain a concern. So while there will always be a need for balance, there will be a need for balance for promoting legitimate trade in all aspects, including trade, but also to impede the malicious use. So to talk about these and other associated issues, I'm very honored to be chairing a very highly distinguished and eminent panel. Several of them to an audience which looks at strategic export controls should not be needing any introduction. But I'm sure the speakers certainly merit being introduced, so bear with me. Our session on new technologies, challenges to international export controls, we would go in an order that the way the speakers are sitting, or in a sequence that appears on the program, the latest version of the program. And my absolute honor to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Anita Nilsson, who has significant amount of experience in several of these areas. She has served at very senior positions at the Swedish nuclear regulator and the nuclear safety, and thereafter very prominent career in the IAEA, initially as a coordinator of international safeguards and later as director of the Nuclear Security Office. She is presently an independent consultant contributing to several infrastructure, excellence in safe and secure ways. One could go on talking about her CV. I would just want to stop at a personal note that I've had the honor to have met Anita about 20 years ago, and ever since I don't stop to learn from her every time I meet her. So her subject today will be emerging dual-use technologies in national security. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much for those kind words, Chairman Banouri. Let me also at the outset warmly thank the Strategic Export Control Division and the Institute of Policy Studies for the invitation to participate in this important conference and also to address you here today. So, as said, my briefing relates to the connection between systems to control trade of dual-use materials and technologies, in particular the emerging and new technologies with national security, to connect those two. The conference has so far, this half day, provided a lot of information at a level of detail which I was actually quite impressed by. It's like a package coming with so many valuable things in it. And I will not continue to address those things, but perhaps like the wrapping of the parcel and also the destiny of the package and the importance that it reach the destination. And let us start with looking at the overarching objective for all of this, namely to prevent the proliferation of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, in other words, weapons of mass destruction, and their means of delivery. This is a rather straightforward statement, but it contains a process which is a process of complexity and over time. And let me go into that a little bit more. So, the dual use of nuclear technologies was early discovered. And it was discovered that nuclear material, which is the key piece in a nuclear weapon or a nuclear device, explosive device, is also the key piece in the peaceful activities, namely the reactor, the nuclear reactor that produces electricity. And it was as late as 1957 that President Eisenhower, in an address to the UN, launched the concept of atoms for peace, opening the technology for use for peaceful nuclear activities, but at the same time said that it comes with an undertaking to abstain from using the material or technology for weapons production. That statement was the birth, one can say, of the IAEA, and it was also a triggering factor for diplomats to get together to come to terms and establish the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And then we have the birth of the Sanger Committee, which has led into the Nuclear Suppliers Group. And the same process has happened within the other areas, the Biological Weapons Convention, the Convention on Chemical Weapons, and the MTCR, etc. And we see, if we examine what are the very fundamental pieces here. So I would say that the first of all is the establishment of international criteria for trade and exchange of the dual-use items. And those criteria will be established in formal as well as informal groups. It comes together with an effort to identify the technologies, to identify and specify the materials and other items that can be used in both civil and military programs. And that is the essence of the dual use. It cannot happen without the establishment and implementation of national legislation and regulatory requirements for export control. The implementation responsibility always stay with the nation. And the nation has also the responsibility and the leverage, I would say, to establish enforcement, sanctions, and whatever ways they want to deal with the implementation of their own export law and regulations. The dual-use items was defined, and we have discussed it a lot. But this is actually a quote of the EU regulation 2021/821, which is a starting point of the lists of the European Union for control of dual-use items, meaning software and technology which can be used for both civil and military purposes, and includes items which can be used for the design, development, production, or use of nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons, or their means of delivery, including all items which can be used for both non-explosive uses and assisting in any way in the manufacture of nuclear weapons or other nuclear explosive devices. It tells us that this is a very broad perspective of the items. We have heard earlier today that the list of items is a long one, and it has to be because of this definition. And of course, if a system is to be comprehensive, it has to be comprehensive. So the other pieces, the formal undertakings, are illustrated in this slide. So the real undertakings that countries are doing, they are doing in the international treaties, like the NPT, the Chemical Weapons Convention, the Biological Weapons Convention. I have added also here the UN Security Council Resolution 1540, which is a different kind of a negotiation process, but it is one that has a very important result, which we have also heard. And then I have added the safeguards agreements and additional protocols, which also are legally binding, one can say, between the IAEA and an individual country, and a tool to ensure that what is put under these agreements stay in peaceful uses. The implementation arrangements, which you will see on the right side here, is formal and informal groups. We have of course, as I said before, national laws and regulations, but then we have the international groups like NSG, the Australia group, the MTCR group, and a lot of interaction regionally. I have put down here the EU, which has a kind of legal connotation because of the EU arrangements, but there are other regional arrangements of a similar kind, and many more. The new technologies. Let us speak a little bit about the new technologies. And from now on, I will speak about the nuclear side because this is my field of work. And I have put down on this slide here that we have a group of relevance, which are the new reactor technologies, which is cyber technologies related, and possibly missile technologies. The emerging technologies are examples of important new technologies in the nuclear field. The first group, which is advanced and emerging reactor technologies, are to significantly improve both safety and security of the reactors. And new is that they may be produced both as small units or as large units. And the group contains a multitude of individual technologies, but I have put them in basically in three groups. The first one is known as molten salt reactors, where the fuel is in liquid salt form and the reactor is intended to be refueled on load. This means that there are no predefined units, the fuel may be taken out as liquid, and in IAEA terminology, this may resembles a bulk handling facility rather than an itemized facility, which is more a reactor. The second group is the TRISO fuel, which is short of 3 structural isotropic fueled reactors. And you may have heard about pebbles, which is basically spheres that are shaped in layers containing different materials. They are small pieces, they can be larger pieces, but they are not individual pieces in that sense that you can identify them. The fuel is embedded in graphite, which is also the controlling material in that kind of reactor. The fast reactor is the third group, which is more similar to normal light water reactors with fuel assemblies and operate at high temperatures with other kinds of cooling materials than we are used to in light water reactors, like gas, sodium, or lead even. So you hear from that there are different challenges of this, and I will come back to that later. The cyber technology, we I think can all recognize that this is a fantastic advanced acceleration of the technology. And of course it can be shaped in different ways, and one important sector of that is the artificial intelligence, and another one is the blockchain. Those are, as a group, emerging as with the possibility of influencing the core nuclear technologies, and they have an importance in looking at future export control rules. In thinking over this presentation, I thought that perhaps hypersonic vehicles that are very new can fly 5 times faster than the speed of sound. A new class of vehicles that enables faster access to space, faster reach of targets, and also a long range. This is, of course, emerging as a very interesting new technology, and perhaps it can have a relevance for delivery systems, as could perhaps advanced drones. Again, I will not go into that in more detail, but show that there is technology being developed, tested, etc., that could be interesting also from an export control dimension. So this is a little bit more, I will not go into details about this, but this is a little bit more, you can see the difference between the new reactor technologies and the LWR. It is convenient to compare new technologies with an existing one and to see in what way do they differ. I already touched upon some important differences that could be relevant from an export control perspective, and this is related to the fuel itself. There may of course be other elements, like a reactor that operates at a very high temperature may have something more that is of relevance when you discuss dual-use technologies. But if we limit the discussion to the fuel itself, we can see that the molten salt with the liquid fuel is not so easy to verify the peaceful uses if you can open a tap and take away some of the fuel under unloading operations. Having said that, I want also to say that the IAEA can verify everything, all nuclear material which is assigned to them in peaceful uses. Anything that is assigned to them, the IAEA can do. But it is a matter of how much effort is required. And the difference here is that an LWR reactor requires not much effort. It is an itemized facilities. You can count the fuel assemblies, you can follow them through the reactor, and when they are shipped away. If you have liquid fuel, it is a different thing. This may be interesting for the NSG. It may also be interesting for the designers, which may have to look into the way that these reactors are designed. The fuel is designed in order to alleviate any difficulties in the future. The same, but perhaps slightly less, is with the tracer fuel, which are small pebbles, unidentified, can also be on-load, refueled, operates at special circumstances, etc. And finally, when comparing this, you see, to your surprise, and we were also surprised doing this in the beginning, that from a safeguards point of view, with one exception, it may be the easier one to verify the fast reactors because of the shape of the fuel. But it may operate with plutonium in the first core, and that in itself presents a difficulty, because plutonium and highly enriched uranium are materials that warrants extra control. They go for a certain table in the national control rules. So, what I said, what are the relevant issues for the emerging technologies? Of course, the material is the relevant one. What is the category? Is it highly enriched uranium? Is it plutonium? Is it low enriched? Almost everything, with the exception that I mentioned, is under 20% uranium-235, namely low enriched uranium. And I think I've already spoken about this, these points that are all relevant for potential new discussions in the export control group. And this is a summary of the verification possibilities. And why I stay with this is because the NSG has the understanding that the peaceful uses somehow needs to be evidenced or clear. And if there is a safeguards agreement, a comprehensive safeguards agreement, the IAEA performs the inspection, they make statements, and more so with an additional protocol, it is a broader type of statements. If it is another type of safeguards agreements, it basically has the same things, but it can be more limited. Nuclear weapon states normally has a so-called voluntary safeguards agreement, which is limiting some identified peaceful uses with the military programs. And there are three-party safeguards agreements that are individual for items. But the IAEA controls that these items are staying as peaceful. And the dots here see that there is some discussions to do on these new technologies. But I want also to say that early in the stage, there are possibilities to design the processes so that they fulfill the criteria. And I think the point that I want to make is that the criteria that the NSG is using should be communicated to designers. They should understand what are the significant discussions, what are the things that needs to be fulfilled for the new technologies. So, the destiny of all of this. There is a lot of hope with the new reactor technologies, both the advanced technologies and also the way that the new production is formed in small units which can be fabricated and delivered to the site where they are used. They are referred to as small modular reactors. It has a potential, a hope, that it can significantly contribute to fossil-free production of electricity. It has also the hope that it can be used for quick development in countries and fulfill needs for electricity which is quite considerable if you look at it in a global perspective. So the need for electricity is still quite significant if you see the global scale. So the technologies here, the reactor technologies, the production of electricity has this destiny, the possibility of being used for the Sustainable Development Goals, but also for climate change purposes, to hinder or to limit the increased temperature of the globe. So, of course, the export control system has to operate in harmony with this. So the best thing is if an export control system is subscribed to by all countries, it is well known, it has commonly accepted criteria, it has lists identified which are understandable, clear, etc. And it can benefit all, benefit in the supply of material, make predictability for the countries, and it can also enhance credibility for those that are actually participating in the systems. So we are here in Pakistan, and I wanted to just to finish this presentation by saying that Pakistan, as a nuclear competent country, has a potential of being in an advanced position in the international nuclear sector, with experiences, with new reactor units, and also an established national control system. The Act, which we have heard about earlier today, from 2004, the list, the regulations of dual-use items, and being party to the international treaties that I referred to, and is interacting to some extent with the groups, but not yet a member. There is a safeguards agreement with the IAEA, but not yet an additional protocol. There is, of course, a recognition of peaceful nuclear activities, and there is a military program, but not yet a separation between the two. But all of these things are, of course, part of today. It is part of a process, and it's part of tomorrow. And I think that's what I wanted to communicate today here, the situation and the potentials and the importance of taking the process, working it out, interacting, cooperating for the goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. Very, very interesting subject, and obviously dual use is an area which has areas or issues which could be malleable and need to be treaded very carefully. I think one important takeaway from this will be that while the technologies, the newer technologies are relatively new and evolving, there will always be this need to be careful in managing the challenge of the dual use while looking at the maximum benefits that those technologies can bring, so that the issue is not of, and there are no unintended consequences or, for example, issues relating to non-state actors and so forth. This might be the broad takeaway for it, and may I take the chair's prerogative to assure Dr. Nelson that this is an area that Pakistan pays very careful attention to, like I assume, like all the other international community. May I now have the pleasure to introduce an equally eminent speaker, The next on the rostrum will be Mr. Wang Shenji, who's the first secretary and a director of political and press section at the Chinese embassy here in Islamabad. Tremendous amount of experience. He's done diplomatic assignments in Europe. He's, I reckon, a Pakistan specialist and has worked on these issues significantly. Mr. Wang will be talking about strengthening international and regional coordination and cooperation for sustainable development. So while on one hand we've thought of the concerns of the dual use, now we also want to say be protective, but how to promote responsible trade. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you.
May I suggest 15 minutes? The lady
Sure,
at
no,
in green at the back will be giving us some gentle nudges at 15 minutes.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to attend the conference on behalf of China. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to express our appreciations for Pakistan's long-term commitment in capacity and institutional buildings in the field of export control, and also in promoting the international cooperation to address the strategic trade controls. And my thanks also goes to the Strategic Export Control Division of MOFA, as well as the NUST Institute of Policy Studies for organizing this event, which I really learned a lot personally. So, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, the world today is experiencing a new round of scientific and technological revolution. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, quantum computing, and 3D printing are developing rapidly, greatly facilitating human progress. Meanwhile, the military application of emerging technologies has also resulted in more advanced and lethal weapons, including weapons of mass destruction and their delivery system, bring profound implications for peace and security. In emerging fields such as AI, lethal autonomous weapon, and ICT security, there are no legally binding international treaties or universally agreed laws, leading to a lack of effective governance and posing great potential security risks. It is a common task for the international community to improve the governance of emerging technologies so as to deliver their full benefits to the world, while effectively managing and controlling the related risks. Export control is an important means of non-proliferation. The major multilateral export control regimes, namely the Nuclear Suppliers Group, the Wassenaar Arrangement, the Australia Group, and the Missile Technology Control Regime, have played an important role in their respective fields. Their good practice and control lists have been valued and drawn on by many countries, including China. On the other hand, in recent years, some countries have, out of geopolitical purposes, sought to create divisions along ideological lines, overstretch the concept of national security, politicize and weaponize non-proliferation and export control, and even depict the tech sector as a battleground of democracy versus autocracy. Some countries attempt to transform existing non-proliferation related export control regimes into a new coordinating committee for multilateral export controls, so-called COCOM, or attempts to abandon the existing regimes and form small cliques within small cliques. Such measures not only cause tensions among countries and undermine the foundation of international cooperation on non-proliferations, but also deepen the scientific and technological gap between the developed and developing countries. So the international community should be highly vigilant and jointly oppose such acts. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, China has always stood for the complete prohibition and thorough destruction of weapons of mass destruction, firmly opposed proliferation activities in all forms, and has actively participated in international and regional non-proliferation cooperation. China will stay committed to promoting the sound and sustainable development of the NSG and uphold the authority of the international nuclear non-proliferation systems. China is ready to conduct dialogue and develop relations with the WA, MTCR, and AG in the spirit of equality and mutual benefit. Last year, the 76th session of the UN General Assembly adopted the resolution on promoting the international cooperation in peaceful uses in the context of international security sponsored by China. This resolution aims to initiate and sustain an open, inclusive, and just dialogue process within the framework of the UNGA, and fully assess the current state and challenges to peaceful uses and relevant international cooperation, while affirming and upholding existing international treaties, organizations, and mechanisms, and fulfilling related international obligations. The resolution seeks to sort out challenges facing the international community, establish guiding principles, and take concrete measures so as to promote peaceful use and relevant international cooperation. As the international community's consensus on the significance of the peaceful use increases within time, developing countries have a stronger desire for closer international cooperation, and their needs become more diversified. In the meanwhile, the input of funds and human resources from assistance providers has steadily increased, and more stakeholders participate in international cooperation. The parties concerned have carried out useful discussions and explorations on important issues, such as the scope of powerful uses, the relationship between peaceful uses and non-proliferation related export control, the role of peaceful uses in sustainable development, and methods, channels for carrying out international cooperation, and the challenges to peaceful uses. Meanwhile, in the field of international cooperation on peaceful uses, integrating resources and enhancing efficiency through intersectoral and cross-organizational partnerships have gained more attention. For example, nuclear technology is widely used in the healthcare, food and agriculture, environmental protection, and other fields, playing an important role in promoting sustainable development and well-being. The peaceful use of biotechnology is instrumental for the improvement in global public health. The Secretary General of the United Nations has submitted his report to the General Assembly, complying the views and recommendations of the UN member states on relevant issues as per the resolution. This is the first step in implementing the resolution. China will submit updated version of the resolution on peaceful uses to General Assembly this year. We have updated the text on basis of last year's resolution, making it more comprehensive and balanced in light of the positions and views of developing countries, and creating more favorable conditions for promoting dialogues under the framework of the UN General Assembly. China looks forward to the support and active participation of all parties in the follow-up progress. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, the rapid development of the new technologies call for more effective governance in the context of security. In 2015, China initiated the formulation of a code of conduct for scientists on biosecurity and has worked with Pakistan and other countries to promote multilateral discussions on this topic. In July 2021, Chinese scientists, together with their international counterparts, concluded the Tianjin Biosecurity Guidelines for Codes of Conduct for Scientists based on above initiative, which was formally endorsed by the Inter-Academy Partnership. Tianjin Biosecurity Guidelines advocate responsible scientific research and provide a useful reference for reducing biosecurity risks and promoting bioscience and other high-tech technologies to benefit humankind in a safer and better way. The formulation of Tianjin Biosecurity Guidelines fully demonstrates that the international community could find solutions to the new problems through cooperation, balance development and security, and accommodate the aspirations and interests of all parties. In 2020, China put forward the Global Data Security Initiative, which illustrates China's ideas and proposals on important issues such as protecting data security and promoting the secure and free flow of data across borders. We hope that initiative will provide useful reference for countries to seize the digital opportunities for cooperation and development. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, the rise of the Cold War mentality, bloc confrontation, and power politics have seriously endangered world peace and security. Against this backdrop, Chinese President Xi Jinping put forward the Global Security Initiative this year, which points out the way to bridge the peace deficit and solve the global security dilemma. It is a public good of security that China provides to the world. China is ready to work with all parties to actively implement the Global Security Initiative and deepen cooperation across the board. China is also willing to conduct in-depth discussion with other parties on relevant issues during this conference and jointly discuss ways to ensure that science and technology benefit all humankind and help achieve the sustainable development goals for all parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wangji. I think in the sense of cooperation and coordination, I think four thoughts that struck me as your signals are improving governance of the emerging technologies. The international community should be highly vigilant, so exercising vigilance, but also integrating resources and promoting dialogue, which is the kind of key to work through international cooperation for the common cause. So thank you for those comments. Now we move to another area of the same subject, and our next speaker is an avid, experienced, not only an experienced diplomat, but also an expert on non-professional arms control, Mr. Leonid Kozlov, who's a consular and in the Department of Non-Proliferation Arms Control in the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has served in West Asia and also in Europe, and has been dealing with export control issues. He has worked on VASALAR and MTCR and the UN committee, UNSC Committee 1540. Mr. Kozlov will be talking to us about regulating trade in high-tech commodities, challenges and best practices. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, I would like to echo thanks from other Russian delegates to our Pakistani hosts for their warm welcome and for hosting this very insightful event, very useful, so that we can exchange experience and our national practices in different spheres related to export controls and non-proliferation. My presentation today basically is an outline of the export control system of the Russian Federation and how it works and what is the legal basis for its functioning. And I will start with introducing the basics of our system. So the principal law defining main parameters of how the system works is our law on export controls, which was adopted back in 1999. Export controls in Russia is a system of measures to comply with established procedures for foreign economic transactions related to goods, information, works, services, intellectual property, or intellectual property rights, which may be used to develop weapons of mass destruction. Their delivery means are conventional weapons and military equipment, as well as to prepare or commit terrorist acts. So the items subject to export controls are either listed or non-listed. So if they are listed, they are included in the control lists based on the control lists of the multilateral export control regimes. Russia is a member of MTCR, Wassenaar Arrangement, and NSG. We also have a catch-all clause to control unlisted items. It's used when the items can be used to develop weapons of mass destruction, as well as for other military purposes, or they could be used to commit terrorist acts. It should be noted that, as well as in Pakistan, our system is twofold. So, for example, if we talk about dual-use items, the licensing authority is Federal Service for Technical and Export Controls. For exports of military goods and weapons, we have separate agency and separate piece of legislation. So federal law I referred to controls exports of dual-use items. So here's a sort of a scheme to give you an impression of who are the stakeholders in our system. So for example, on top level, there's a president who sets the strategic goals for the system. On the government level, we have a number of regulations covering different aspects of export controls. For example, how to proceed with the licensing of items controlled in the MTCR framework, for example. We also have an established interagency process overseen by the Commission on Export Control. It's headed by the Deputy Prime Minister and is comprised of either heads of agencies or deputy heads of agencies dealing with export control issues. And we have licensing authority, Federal Service for Technical and Export Control, which I guess performs the same duties as the Secdiv of the Pakistani Foreign Ministry. And this federal service is key to the interagency licensing process. It also includes other ministries and agencies like Foreign Intelligence, Federal Security Service, Ministry of Defense, but only for a limited number of cases, most sensitive ones. On a regular basis, such agencies as Ministry of Foreign Affairs is involved in this licensing process. If, for example, there's a case of export of MTCR-controlled item, Roscosmos experts are also consulted with, and with regards to the NSG controlled item, we address our nuclear regulator, Rosatom. So the Commission on Export Control has a wide range of functions. As you can see, it determines national interests in foreign trade and dual-use items. It elaborates guidelines for export control policy in Russia. It makes recommendations on future decisions related to export controls to guide, for example, the activity of our licensing authority. And it also deals with interagency coordination on export controls. For example, if several agencies differ in their approach to certain exports, this case may be referred to the Commission on Export Control and decided by this body. And STEC supports the Commission and serves as a secretariat for it. So on this slide, I tried to figure out what Federal Service for Technical and Export Control does. So first of all, it implements national export control policy. It's a body responsible for drafting export controls legislation. It also provides expertise for Russian delegates to the multilateral export control regimes, and it's very active in the work of their respective technical expert groups dealing with amending their respective control lists. It also oversees the functioning of ICPs and makes regular inspections of them and certifies them. It works with industry and academia and to raise public awareness about export controls requirements. They meet regularly not only in Moscow but on the in the regions of Russia. And last but not least, STEC does actual licensing of exports, or in certain cases import of controlled items. Here on the slide you can see what control lists does Russia have. So it's not a single list as in the EU. There are 6 separate lists. So the first 2 of them are related to the NSG, trigger and dual-use lists. The third one on dual-use goods and technologies is based but not identical to the Wassenaar arrangement dual-use list. The next one is based on the MTCR technical annex, and the last ones are for chemicals and biological substances and agents. So it covers the whole range of WMD-related goods, as well as of dual-use items related to conventional weapons. So the key point in the licensing process is that to transfer a controlled item, government permission is required and is compulsory. In some cases, it's also our company should receive an import license for importing certain goods to Russia. There are basically 2 types of licenses or permissions issued by STEC. First of all, it's license in its proper sense. It could be either individual or general. It's used when the exported items are listed. So individual license can, in all cases, it captures export. In certain cases, it captures import. There are also general licenses for export of certain number of goods. Besides licenses, we also have such document as permission or permit issued by the Commission on Export Controls. It's used when there is a catch-all clause or temporary export. So, for example, after a certain period of time, an item should be returned to Russia. And a number of government regulations has been adopted, setting legal requirements for export and import of controlled items. So they regulate what should be the end-use assurances in each case. The scope of these end-use assurances may vary depending on the control list or maybe on a country of destination. So there are only two examples. How does it work practically? So, for example, if we talk about a dual-use list for technical data to produce items from the sensitive and very sensitive parts of this list, and if export goes to a non-WA participating state, the end-use assurances should be confirmed by the government of the recipient state. And the same goes for the MTCR-based list. If an export is intended goes to non-MTCR participating state, end-use assurances should also be confirmed by the respective government. If we talk about individual license, I think it's pretty common to what the system looks like in Pakistan and in many other countries. License is issued by STEC for a certain amount of specified items to be exported under a single contract. There are certain requirements. For example, there should be a clear definition of who is the seller, who is the buyer, which is the country of end use. If there are intermediaries, they also should be clearly defined. And the goods and their technical characteristics should be also included in this documentation, as well as a copy of a contract and end-user assurances. And to promote the exports of less sensitive goods, we have general license instrument. There are certain requirements for an exporter to receive such general license. It's issued only if a Russian company has its internal compliance program, which should be certified by STEC. In case of general license, exports can only go to a limited number of states and for a limited number of control goods. So there are some examples. In case of items from the dual-use list, energy dual-use list, a general license may be issued only for exports to the energy participating states. In case of chemicals, it could be issued only if an item is from the CWC Schedule 3 and or if it's a non-listed precursor and the export is intended to CWC state parties. And it's quite a challenging task to receive a general license for a Russian company because separate government decisions should be taken on a case-by-case basis. And before that, it's a subject to interagency process. But of course, many companies are interested in receiving such general licenses because it lessens considerably the burden on a company in terms of licensing. There are certain benefits for industry using general licenses. It certainly saves time and costs, makes planning, future planning easier, and also makes possible longer-term and more predictable relations with foreign counterparts. As I've said, a general license is not very easily received by an exporter, and it doesn't mean that an exporter is not required to report its exports to the licensing body, and is not controlled by a licensing body, because it should submit quarterly reports providing information on the exported items and copies of contracts. And there's a legal obligation of the exporting company to include end-user assurances either in a contract or in an end-user certificate. And of course it could be revoked any time if there are some violations from the exporter's part. So briefly, I'll touch upon the catch-all clause. It has been introduced in Article 20 of the Federal Law on Export Control. It is used when there are reasons to believe that an item could be used to produce WMD or the means of delivery, or intended for military or terrorist purposes. So an exporter should receive a permission from the Export Control Commission. This slide is on interagency review. So as I've mentioned earlier, there are several agencies involved in this endeavor. So key is Federal Service for Technical and Export Control, and also my ministry, Minister of Foreign Affairs, is a part of it, and as well as Federal Service for Military and Technical Cooperation, and it determines whether an item could be used for military purposes or not. And in certain cases, other ministries also take part in this. So the review outcome could be either license is issued or not. I'll briefly touch upon new developments. So we've, back in 2013, we introduced a non-licensed export of a specific categories of controlled goods if they intended for a very limited number of countries of low risk. So an exporter could export certain items without a license, but with reporting its activities to the licensing authority. There are some requirements an exporter should meet to be able to export without a license. So this scheme of non-licensed export is quite similar to the general license. It also is time-saving and makes life a bit easier for an exporter. But of course there are the whole set of requirements an exporter should meet. What I would like to draw your attention is that a company should be in a roster to export something without a license. And of course, for any violations or wrongdoing, it is removed from this roster. very pressing and challenging theme is it intangible transfers. So in Russia, we also control this ITT, and export is controlled irrespective of the means how it goes. So if something is exported via email, for example, it also is controlled, and an exporter should apply for export license. We also control educational programs for foreign nationals if they are sensitive enough. So you can see some cases when this control took place. So if a Russian professor goes abroad to teach foreign nationals, he should receive a license for doing this. And of course there are a lot of challenges how to control this, because one cannot predict what person will say during a conversation or lecture. There are certain ways to remedy this. So of course, STEC is very active in doing outreach to academia. It produces guidance materials. It oversees the functioning of the ICPs. It makes extensive training. And is very active in awareness raising, so that academia would be informed of legal consequences of their actions. So that's a very brief outline of our system of export controls, and I thank you for your attention and would be open to questions, if any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kozlow. I was wondering about this very wide canvas that you covered, and things that also bring out the challenges of managing the dual use or the issues related to emerging technologies, which become more intense when you think of while you try using catch-alls, but then issues like intangible transfers, or how robust an interagency process is to do it in time, are the challenges that each country has to grapple within the national system and as well as in the international arena. So with this interesting presentation, we come to the last speaker of this session. This is Mr. Kamran Akhtar. He is currently the Director General of Arms Control and Disarmament at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Pakistan. Mr. Akhtar is a nuclear physicist by training and a diplomat by profession, with tremendous experience of arms control work over 20 years or so, and he has also done other aspects of like science and technology, diplomacy, a large ambit that he has held, and all issues of arms control, in which I've had the personal pleasure to have interacted with him over several years. Mr. Akhtar will be talking to us about striking balance between trade and control. Brave man. Not easy to do, but that is what we need to discuss. Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I see a lot of sleepy and bored faces. And one of the advantages of being the last speaker is that you can say whatever you like because nobody is listening. But I promise you that I won't bore you with yet another presentation because most of what I had to say on the technical aspects of export controls have been covered by very distinguished speakers before me. I will discuss about a bit of politics of export control, since at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs I deal with the political aspects of export controls, and I look into the political dynamics of a certain export application in coordination with the Strategic Export Control Division. And while export controls is a technical issue, it cannot be separated from its politics. All export control related issues are political issues because states mince no words about it that export controls are employed by them in furtherance of their foreign policy or security objectives. So export controls per se become issues of security, they become issues of foreign policy. The challenge for states is how to strike a balance between their economic interests and their security interests. And that is where ostensibly there are technical criteria, but we see that there is a lot of politics involved as well. Much before the present day conventions and treaties, the CWC, the BWC, the NPT, and the related export control regimes like the NSG, the MTCR, the Australia Group, there was a committee, coordinating committee for multilateral export controls. And it evolved during 1945 to 50, and it preceded any of the present day multilateral export controls. So this committee was focusing more on destination-based controls because they were focusing on the prevention of technologies going to the communist countries. And they were not focusing more on prohibited end uses. The prohibited end uses later on were defined by the conventions and the treaties. The Chemical Weapon Convention, it prohibited certain activities, use of chemical weapons, transfer of chemical technology. Similarly, the NPT related to nuclear weapons, and then the BWC related to biological weapons and technology. But this committee was just looking at destination-based controls. So there was politics, there was great power contestation during the Cold War. The destination controls presumed a suspicious end use rather than case-by-case technical analysis on objective criteria. Now, once the BWC, CWC, and the NPT came into existence, there was an expectation that there are very clear prohibited end uses, and any export license will be weighed against those prohibited end uses rather than a destination-based control. There was supposed to be non-discrimination because all the state parties to those treaties had equal obligations. So as such, they also had the right to access technologies without discrimination. So that was what these treaties were supposed to do. But one of the shortcomings of these treaties was that these treaties, while they required the states to exercise control over the transfer of dual-use technologies, they did not specify any control lists or guidelines for exercising control, except for the Chemical Weapons Convention, which had 3 schedules. But even after the Chemical Weapons Convention, we saw that the Australia Group continued to operate, and it was a group of select supplier states. It was not based on treaty-based negotiations within the framework of the treaty or the treaty review conferences, whereby the states would agree on a control list by consensus on the criteria for controlling technologies. So finally, because of the lack of those lists or specified guidelines, it fell upon the supplier states to define controls, to define the items which have to be controlled. And hence, we saw the emergence of supplier cartels. I'm sorry to use this word, but this is what it is. These export control regimes are controlled by the suppliers. And these suppliers often have their commercial and political interests in view many times rather than purely technical analysis. We saw that glaringly in 2008 when the NSG exemption was made for a certain specific country. And ironically, this very country was the reason behind the NSG's creation because of its diversion of technology supplied to it for peaceful uses. Now, what we need to do is that we need to look at the mechanisms whereby states can have access to peaceful uses of nuclear technology or the chemical technology or the biological technology. Because till the time it is driven by the suppliers, there will always be problems for the other countries which are parties to the treaties, which are abiding by their obligations, yet at times they face a lot of difficulty. So how do we facilitate trade while exercising strategic export controls? We understand that strategic export controls are a necessity, because if there are no controls, there will be the threat of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and other destabilizing systems. So we have to exercise those controls. But how to exercise them in a manner that the legitimate right of the states to access technology for socio-economic development is not impacted? For that, we think that all the member state parties to these treaties, within the framework of these treaties and their ref conferences, should look at how to reform the export control mechanisms, how to come up with agreed guidelines and criteria, how to come up with agreed control lists. Because without that, there is a chance that these export control regimes might become irrelevant, because this is not the 20th century. This is the 21st century. There is diffusion of technologies, and many of the countries which are not members of these export control regimes, they now have the capability to supply many of the controlled items on the control lists of these regimes. And if they are outside, then they will be making export control decisions in isolation. So for these regimes to remain relevant, for these regimes to remain credible, they have to become inclusive. I'll share some of my experiences as Pakistan, which is adhering to the guidelines of some of the export control regimes, but is still facing a lot of problems. For example, we are not beneficiaries of no undercut principles of many of the regimes. So once we deny certain export to a country, we are not assured that no other country which has the capability to supply items will not supply the same item to the same country. So our commercial interest can be jeopardized because we are not beneficiary of the known undercut principle. Again, we are not privy to the denial notices which are shared within the membership of the export control regimes. So any export control request will be assessed by us in isolation. At times, there is a lot of pressure from various stakeholders within the system when we are being too restrictive about the exports, because they tell us that, look, Pakistan might be denying this item to a country X, but you don't know about the practices of the export control regimes. We don't know whether there is a denial notice already, and there is a possibility that many other countries will be supplying such items. So by adhering to these guidelines while remaining outside these regimes, we are at times finding ourselves at a commercial disadvantage. One other aspect is, for example, if we are following best practices for end user verifications and verification of end use, we at times face a lot of problems, because when we send requests for end use verification to a country which has issued an import license to one of the entities based in that country, and that entity is trying to import from Pakistan, we don't get responses to those verification requests. When we don't get timely responses, such delays result in the loss of business for Pakistan. So this situation, and we are sure that many other countries are in a similar situation, is unsustainable for any developing country which has a upcoming industrial sector, and we will like the industrial sector to maximize its exports, whereas at the same time we would like to follow the international guidelines for exports. So we have to strike a balance. We cannot put ourselves at a disadvantage because despite adherence we are not members of these regimes. We are worried about the latest talk about AUKUS arrangement. Again, we are worried that it sort of seeks to create a new precedent. There are countries which are not getting very simple dual-use items like oscilloscopes, which are used in school laboratories, like dosimeters, which we use in cancer radiotherapy hospitals. We don't get at times access to radioactive shielding materials. So these are the basic things which we are not getting. Even even items for nuclear safety and security, for which there is a provision in the NSG guidelines. Sometimes we are denied that. But on the other hand, you grant an exemption to a state for for trade in nuclear materials without sufficient non-proliferation commitments. So once we see this kind of discrimination, then it undermines the credibility of the regime, and it undermines support for such practices, best practices which we follow domestically, because then the industry people start asking us that why is Pakistan putting itself at a disadvantage when we are not being incentivized for following the guidelines of the export control regimes? Again, with regard to new and emerging technologies, now we see that there are a lot of new and emerging technologies like AI, like 5G, like 3D printing. These are the technologies of the future, and these are the technologies which provide solutions to the contemporary global problems of climate change, water, energy, food security. And therefore, these are the technologies which are much needed by the developing countries. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, when they were adopted in the UN Sustainable Development Agenda, it recognizes science and technology as one of the key enablers for the achievement of SDGs. So denying these technologies to other states will be very unfortunate. And I'm saying so because we see talk of tech decoupling. We see talk of a new COCOM, the Committee on Coordination. We see people talking about denying semiconductor chip exports to certain destinations without even knowing what will be the possible uses of those semiconductor chips. And there is the alleged presumption of military application. Now, ironically, in case of lethal autonomous weapon systems, the discussions with within the UN system, when we point out the need to prohibit lethal autonomous weapon systems, which can cause humanitarian catastrophes, we are told that these technologies are required for socio-economic development. It's their wrong use which should be prohibited, not the technologies per se. But when it comes to exercising export controls, all the supplier countries, they are putting restrictions on the technologies themselves without any regard to their possible socio-economic development applications. So there are a lot of contradictions, there are a lot of dichotomy, and when we talk about striking balance between trade and strategic export controls, all these issues have to be resolved. And if the suppliers think that these issues need not be resolved, let me point out that these are the technologies which, unlike the nuclear technology, are diffuse, they are all pervasive. There are developing countries which have thriving sectors developing such technologies, and it's just a matter of some years when these countries will be supplier countries as well. So it will be in the interest of the supplier states to have start interacting with these countries to have a more inclusive export control regime at the international level. And as for Pakistan, I can say personally, I am a very strong supporter of maximizing our exports. We shouldn't be putting ourselves at a disadvantage. We should be abiding by international regulations, yet we should allow our industry to export, and we'll be doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kamran Akhtar, for taking a wide canvas into a few minutes. Is somebody trying to talk? Can you put it off? Is that off? Okay. All right. So while we were suitably distracted, we are already over time, but I'll allow a few minutes for one set of questions. So please raise your hands, state your name and institutional affiliation. What I'll do is I'll go this way, that way, ताकि we balance in the whole thing. I suggest we take down the questions and then ask the panel to respond to them if we can. Let's begin with this gentleman. Yes, sir. इधर माइक दे दें इनको. हाथ उठाएं आप. Who was here on this side? Okay. There, and then we go back.
Thank you, Chair. This is Samir Ali Khan, Center for Aerospace and Security Studies. My question is from Ms. Nilsson. What is your assessment of Indian separation between civil and military nuclear fuel cycles and their additional protocol with the IAEA? And would you propose Pakistan follow the similar model once it separates its civil and military nuclear fuel cycle and negotiates an additional protocol with the IAEA? Thank you.
Anita, could you hold this thought with you so I can take a couple of more questions? Madam at the back.
So mine was U.S. Embassy. Is this working? Gisele Rolla with the U.S. Embassy. It was not so much a question, but a comment, and I was hoping to take the floor for just a minute, if that's okay. As Mr. Kamran might have noticed, everyone is paying attention, and thank you, first of all, for an incredibly informative conference. And Dr. Nielsen said the same thing. The level of detail in these presentations has been incredible, so thank you for that. I just wanted to note that every person in this room, and I'm sure every country represented here, wants to bring the world together around frameworks for responsible behavior and shared norms for emerging technologies. So I think we can preserve strategic stability, reduce proliferation risks, and prevent unintended escalations with international cooperation. Just a quick comment to one of the presentations earlier. We obviously strongly support broad and equitable access to goods and technologies that facilitate current and future economic development. Export controls provide the confidence that makes such cooperation possible. UN resolutions that balance between non-proliferation and peaceful uses set up false dichotomies to fix problems that do not exist. And we hope that we can continue to work together in this sense. This conference is timely. These subject matters are very technical in nature, and we look forward to working together to cooperate on enhancing strategic trade management and export controls. And I think the key word there is together. And not separately. Thank you so much.
Thank you for impromptu joining of the panel and stating the US position. Thank you very much for that. Let me take question here, and then we go over there. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I am Muhammad Usman, and I am Research Assistant at Center for International Strategic Studies, Sindh, CISSS Karachi. My question is from Mr. Kamran Akhtar Malik. Sir, since you have talked about the emerging technologies and the state's acquisition of them, I want to ask you that the acquisition of the new technologies by India in the Quad, can it create a strategic stability in South Asia, and can Pakistan be at a disadvantage in the future if this cooperation goes to fruition? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take one more. Yes, madam, to you.
Thank you, Chair. My question is directed to Mr. Kozlov. Given that BrahMos is a joint venture between India and Russia, and we all know that India has increased the range of the missile beyond 290 clearly, and it will also be assigning a nuclear role in the future. So what do you think, how does it reflect on the MTCR guidelines and the catch-all clause you mentioned in your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you for these questions. Shall we go in the same order as the questions came? Dr. Nelson, would you care to respond to yours?
Thank you very much, and thank you for that question. I will not make any comments on the particular additional protocol that India has concluded for a number of reasons, but primarily because I don't know enough about doing it. But I would like to address the general aspects of your question, whether an additional protocol would be useful, desired, etc. And do it in a way that several countries that wasn't intended in the beginning to be the additional protocol makers actually have concluded additional protocols. States with weapons programs, states with different agreements, etc. And it has become, and when they are doing that, there is always a separation between the military aspects and the peaceful uses. And you can also look into, for example, the Euratom Treaty, where you have, in the past you had two weapon states, you had France and you had the UK. And there is a regulation within the European Union that requires a complete account of nuclear material in the peaceful sector. But it also has a clear line towards the military sector, and they don't pass each other. So this is the normal model. And this is why, personally, I think it is not a bad model to follow. It's a useful model to follow. And it strengthens some of the arguments that can be give and take in an NSG environment. So personally, I think that it would be an advantage for Pakistan to do this separation, to enter into an additional protocol with the IAEA. But of course, this is a personal view from my side, and it is something that is up for the political decision and considerations, etc., of your country. But it does follow some kind of a model.
Thank you. Mr. Akhtar?
Well, the question related to Quad is quite political, and I would prefer not to delve into the politics of this at this conference. But still, yes, when a state is being provided access to technologies and some of the military advanced technologies, it creates imbalances. And in this case, the stated purpose is military. It's not just for development. There are clearly technologies which are meant for military purposes, and Pakistan has the right to be concerned. And that is why we call for more balanced criteria-based approach to export controls, whereby no country is discriminated against. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Could I ask you to repeat your question so I can get it properly?
Madam, can you repeat your question?
So my question was, since BrahMos missile is a joint venture between India and Russia, and India has now clearly increased its range beyond 290, which was in the MTCR guidelines, and will also be assigning it a nuclear role in the future, as has been indicated quite clearly too. So how do you think it reflects on the efficacy of MTCR guidelines and the catch-all clause you mentioned? Thank you.
Well, I would follow the example of the previous speaker and will not plunge deeply into politics. What I can say is that we strictly abide by what's written in the MTCR guidelines. There's a strong presumption of denial for exports of any category 1 items, and we follow this principle, and we strongly defend it within the MTCR itself. So that's, I think, all I can say on this subject. We do not export category 1 items, and I don't think there's any contradiction between our with our political obligations on the MTCR. Thank you.
Okay. I could allow a couple of questions if there are any, or else we will close the house and go for some closing remarks. I do have one question here, so let's get this to discern.
My name is Abid Khan. I am a student of law at the host university. I have a question about nuclear weapons. Mostly of the speakers mentioned about nuclear missions and exports of nuclear weapons or nuclear instruments which can be used for nuclear process. But I think that mostly of the speaker ignored the increment in the number of nuclear weapons which are by the countries which already have nuclear weapons. So the world, I think the world is main problem for the world is that those countries which already have the nuclear weapons, they are increasing their weapons. So instead of doing more, instead of expressing more our thinking on that thing, and we should comment here as well on this thing.
Mr. Akhtar, do you care to take this?
I think he's right, because most of the instruments, the Chemical Weapons Convention and Biological Weapons Convention, they are disarmament as well as non-proliferation treaties, and they do call for the destruction of these existing weapons without discrimination. In the nuclear realm, yes, there is a strong emphasis on on preventing horizontal proliferation, but not on vertical proliferation. The Article 6 of the NPT, it calls for measures towards disarmament, but there are no binding obligations as such, and there are no mechanisms to do that. So you are right, and this has been one of the positions of the many developing countries, that there should be equal emphasis on reduction in the number of nuclear weapons and ultimate elimination. And we shouldn't just focus on horizontal proliferation. So this is one of the issues between the non-aligned movement countries and the countries possessing the highest numbers of nuclear weapons.
Thank you. There being no more questions, a few thoughts closing thoughts, perhaps my own takeaways from some aspects of the discussion. One thought that comes to mind is that unlike several other technologies, several of the emerging technologies do not require a highly industrialized base, and hence the possibility of growth of them exists. And also what we have discussed today is also the need to balance and for some governance. But a few thoughts on that. The lawfare on this is a slow process, as by nature it's slow because it involves negotiating multilateral positions and coming to a common ground. The developments in technology are outpacing the efforts to regulate. So an innovative approach is required. Regulating the manpower is another aspect. With those with knowledge and skill is also vital, for which awareness and capacity building is also needed, both at the public and the private sector level. So especially the awareness in industries which are not today involved in this but are likely to. Then two more thoughts. One, that the sustainable development can only be realized with strong global efforts. And finally, while regulating, the policymakers need to consider managing non-discriminatory access to the newer technologies, so that a balance does exist. There's no deprivation, and yet there's responsible use or application of those knowledge. So with this thought, all I'm left with today is the pleasant responsibility to ask you to join me in thanking this panel for provoking such ideas and perhaps setting us up for tomorrow. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of our last session of the day. I would like to thank the session chair, Air Commodore retired Khalid Binouri, for joining us, and I request him to please present souvenirs to the speakers. Dr. Anita Nelson. Mr. Wang Shengji. Mr. Leonid Kozlov. Mr. Kamran Akhtar Malik. I will now request Dr. Naeem Salik to present souvenir to the session chair, Air Commodore retired Khalid Binouri. I would like to thank all of the respected guests, speakers, chairs, and foreign delegates for joining us today and helping us make this a productive and enlightening day. The second day of the conference will be tomorrow, the 6th of September. We will have 2 sessions on the second day, with the first session commencing at 10:00 hours. We hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.